The Venus Orion Comics universe is officially underway, and now we're taking it even further. The launch of our official website and Patreon marks the next step in building this indie comic universe from the ground up. At VenusOrionComics.com, you'll find character bios, series breakdowns, and the foundation of everything we're building. Supporters on Patreon get access to exclusive Discord channels where you can dive deeper into the lore and interact directly with the creator community. Your support helps fund new issues, pay artists fairly, and speed up development across all 8 series in Phase 1. We're just getting started. Visit VenusOrionComics.com and join the Patreon today to help shape the future of this universe.
8 heroes, 8 stories, 1 universe begins. The Foundation launches the Venus Orion Comics universe, the first wave of interconnected stories. Each tale is self-contained, but everyone adds to the broader setup of the universe and its inevitable crossover of characters within this shared world. It all began with Varian Keller's Vampire Killers, and with every release, the stakes rise until the first universe-shaking crossover. Welcome to Venus Orion Comics. The universe is just opening.
And here it is, my custom artwork of my Venus Orion Comics comic book characters. Now, to be honest with you guys, you're not supposed to see this just yet, but you guys, you know, I love you guys. This is my YouTube channel, and I want to show you guys what I have here. That allows me to pretty much submit my artwork, and they'll put it, actually make a template for the arcade stick, which is the Mayflash 500 Elite. Now you have to make sure that you get this correct, because it's pretty much a sticker.
Hey, Chatisisa here, and everyone, please be aware, if you do not know what the Venus Orion Comics is, and if you don't know Mugen Lord, then I would highly recommend you check it out, because I've just got in the post my first comic book from the series, the new series from Mugen Lord and from Venus Orion Comics, and it's called Vampire Killers. I hope you can see that. So this is one of the possible covers, and it is really fantastic. First of all, high quality. Second, awesome art style, and of course, third, intriguing story. So if you like comics and you love this type of comics like vampires, then I would highly suggest that you check it out. So just FYI from my side, I'll be linking Mugen Lords and Venus Orion's comics data below this post, but definitely check it out.
wait to tell you that I've got the very first graded comic in the world of vampire killers. And in all seriousness, I really love the comic. But you could have used a silver Sharpie. Silver Sharpie.
Hello guys, Joker the Fool here, back at it again with another comic review. This is Vampire Killers, done by Brian H. Blacksney. He goes by Mugen Lord on Twitter, and this comic is his first, and it launches the Venus Orion Comics shared universe. And what this story is the foundation of the Shadow World, and of course, it takes place in Neodelphia. This is a futuristic city that's plagued by vampires. Our main character here is Hezekiah Draybon, a 28-year-old vampire hunter, and he's tasked with taking down the main group of vampires. This is what the first, major plot line is establishing. Other than the world building, goes and tries to save this woman named Jasmine. And I think the stuff here is interesting. There is definitely some world building. You've got, like I said, the Guardian bands, you've got the city of Neodelphia, you've got the introduction of the character profiles, and you see another character profile here of Techlock, who's Matthew Summers. So introducing the characters that are going to be recurring and introducing the environment, or I should say the world that they're in, the basic elements of it. I think he does a pretty good job at doing this.
Who is the rooftop watcher? What did Jasmine know that made her a target? And how far does this mystery really go? Drop your theories below. Let's unravel it. Together.
Hey, Wrath. I was able to pinpoint Jasmine Mitchell's location.
Remember the pain, and remember the suffering.
What do you mean they're coming after me? I don't get it. How did they find out?
Everyone around you will pay the ultimate price.
I think someone just walked into my apartment.
Jasmine, get the hell out of there right now.
What are you?
Damn it, kid, I'm on my way.
High-grade silver nitro bullets. Something your kind doesn't take lightly. Well, am I right, vampire?
What is going on
Kid, did
here?
you forget? The party was canceled to avoid a potential police raid. Your friend should already know that.
No fucking way. Is he even human?
You're doing?
Jasmine, step away from the window right now!
Damn it! Looks like the police are headed in your direction.
No! Wait! Jasmine!
Only then will you become the man I remember. Hezekiah Draybon.
What is Varian Keller's Vampire Killers? The first comic in the Venus Orion Comics universe takes us to Neodelphia, a dystopian city under constant surveillance by the Guardian Protocol. Beneath the surface, a hidden war brews between three deadly factions: Echelon, the Church of Elohim, and the vampire society known as the Obscurum Order. When the Draybon brothers lose loved ones to a vampire known as the Flamebringer, they join forces with Varian Keller, a seasoned vampire hunter, to become night hunters and fight back. Alongside Varian's team, the Retributes, they train, hunt, and uncover the conspiracy fueling the Shadow War. Chapter 1 follows Hezekiah Draybon, who takes matters into his own hands after Varian fails to help him track down Alan Fleck. Varian Keller's Vampire Killers. The hunt begins now.
Woo! Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right, welcome to the stream. Let's see. Woo! All right, let's look at these. Let's get the chat. Woo! Let's see. What's up, Samantha? What's going on? What's up, Lucario? Let's see who else we got. Neo, what's going on? What's up? Life will change. Let's see. Lord was the first person for Mugen for me and helped me with this video. Cool. So I'm doing good, just working on my characters and business. What's up, L? What's that? Gante Go? Thanks. What's up, Landon? Yeah, it's been a while. Got a lot of things that I'm working on. It's September now. We in like the fall of 2025. I can't believe that we like halfway through the year now. And I got some plans going on that I'm trying to kick off and really like jumpstart not just only Venus Orion Comics, but trying to, put more and more effort into content creation and also streaming. So this will mark the first day, to kick off the fall with streaming. I will be streaming again Wednesday, and I will be streaming on Friday as well. So get ready for that. So I'll be preparing some content or material for Wednesday stream. I think Wednesday stream is going to be a Tokon, a Marvel Tokon. I guess you would say wish list for a roster. So I'm going to have my own wish list for what characters I want in Marvel Tokon. And I think we can talk and discuss about it as well. So I think that's going to be fun. What's up, Talcum? Like I said before, so what happened between me and Ripper? Like, I think we got past. I thought we got past that already. We talked about that a little months ago. Actually, that happened months ago. Let's see. What's up, Catherine? What's up, Cole? I've been playing Ninja Gaiden. What's up? This is still haven't touched your Switch 2. Nope. I plan on changing that this month because I still haven't bought a memory card yet. I haven't did anything with the Switch 2. It's still in the box. Haven't opened it yet. So I'm gonna buy me a Switch 2 SSD micro SSD. Once I grab that, then I'll start gaming on it. I want to transfer a lot of stuff on it, and I want to have that card, especially for my Switch 2 games, because I don't really like saving games on my hard drives on my consoles. I get external hard drives, especially for my Switch. I had a micro SD card, and I used to put I put all my games on it. I don't save nothing on the Switch itself. Mostly everything is on a card. So I'm gonna do the same thing for the Switch too. So I'm gonna grab that. Yeah, it's been a while, man. It's been a while. We said I want more X-Men characters in Marvel Tokon as well. I don't want too many X-Men. I mean, it's a Marvel game. I want variety of characters because I mean, if you leave it up to hardcore fans who love Marvel vs. Capcom, then that whole roster will be X-Men. It might as well be an X-Men fighting game. So I do want a variety of games. So I finally got around playing Stellar Blade because I'm liking it so far. That's good. I gotta get finished. I'm like near like at the end, but I just keep picking it up and putting it down. He said, I would like to see Hulk in the new Marvel fighting game. Oh, Hulk is going to be in there. Are you excited for Sonic Cross Worlds? Yeah, of course I am. I can't wait. I will be live streaming that too. On the channel. I know it's been a while since I've done some gaming streams. So I think there'll be one of the games that I will definitely be playing on stream. And if you guys got the game as well, I think it's crossplay. It's crossplay. So it doesn't matter what platform you guys got. So that'll be cool for us to be able to all play together on stream as well. You better play with me, my brothers, Strike and Keo. So that's going to be dope. Yo, what's up, Jado? Happy Labor Day. Good evening to you too, and everybody here in the stream. Because you didn't have to be here, but you're here, so that's good. Fantastic Four needs to be in more games. Yeah, they definitely do. Brian, what's cracking and lacking? It's been quite a while. Yeah, it's been quite a while. Don't worry. I'm gonna do my damnness to make this more often as possible. To make these streams more often. So I can establish an audience, a consistent audience here, and also help also bring more viewers to my channels as well, for my Mugen Lore and my Venus Orion Comics channel and everything. So we will definitely try to do this more often. It said, oh, and Mugen Lore, hey, you finally added my boy in the Venus Orion Comics website. Oh yeah. I did. We'll talk about that in a bit. Yo, what's up, S3 Studios? All right, so you know how we do things around here. First, for you guys, yes, if you guys are interested in following me, and if you guys got questions and stuff, you can always get, you don't even have to email me. Just send me a message. Just send me a message on my Twitter. So you can go to my X page. I'll post a link in the description for you guys. You can just go there. I always voice my opinions on things. It's not always gaming related. It can be anything. This is where you get Mugen Lord Unfiltered. So you get Unfiltered Mugen Lord and everything. So you can talk to me, chat with me there, and just send me a message if you have some questions, or if there's a video that I may be interested in, you want me to cover. You can definitely do that. You can definitely hit me a message there as well, and I'll look into it and everything. Now, don't expect much culture war videos from me. Like I'm past that now. Like I'm moving on, I'm doing my own thing now. You know, I'm busy creating my own type of media and stuff like that, and got my Venus Orion Comics universe and everything. So I don't got time trying to feed, try to talk about this culture war stuff, especially when, as I said before, I've been dealing with a lot of stress on both sides, the anti-woke side and the woke side, and I'm just tired of it. Everybody just talk about problems, but don't want solutions. People rather just keep bitching and complaining instead of just doing something about it and being proactive and stuff. So I don't really got time for it. It's just too stressful. I got so much going on right now that really takes up my time, and it makes me happy and stuff. So if it's something I really want to talk about, then I'll talk about it as far as culture war, but do not expect that too often from me. Yes. So yes, you can go to my channel and to my Twitter. I post a link for you guys to go check out and everything. So make sure you check that out. So it says the fact that Fantasy 4 hasn't been missing in action is criminal. They should be in every Marvel game. Yeah, they are like one of the first Marvel comics in the first Marvel family. The culture war has become redundant anyway. Definitely redundant. I don't even watch any culture war channels. I don't even watch them. It's the same things over and over again. And in my personal opinion, when it comes to the culture war right now, it's kind of stale. It's really nothing really going on. But that's why even people has got to the point where, okay, Disney sucks. Marvel sucks. So a lot of people's not tuning in no more. People's not you watching the DC universe, you watching the Marvel universe, you watching a lot of these films crashing and burning. People just had enough. So they don't really have to go to any of these channels anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because they heard enough and they're just not tuning in, to any of the nonsense anymore. So at this point, there's a lot of people within the culture war space that's just making, I wouldn't say they blow up things, because there's not really much going on. So they blow it up because they have to keep that revenue coming in. They got to keep those views coming in and stuff like that, Again, Samantha, but unfortunately, Guardians of the Galaxy has been the top franchise. Your Disney changes of the stance in regards to their movies and series. Like I said, I haven't been keeping up to any of that stuff. I haven't been keeping up. I personally don't care about any of that stuff. Like I stopped. I don't even care what's going on in the MCU. I really don't care. I haven't followed any of the movies, haven't followed any of the news. Even when it comes to Star Wars, I just don't care. They already told me that I'm not their audience. I'm not their audience at all. So, hell, I'm going somewhere else. I create my own thing. So I can ask anything. What anime are you watching this season? I don't really watch much anime. To tell you the truth and tell you the honest truth, when it comes to me, I'm very picky and very particular when it comes to anime. I don't binge watch them. I don't watch them as much because when I do find an anime and I really enjoy it, it takes my whole day. Especially if all the episodes are out, I will sit down and binge it all day and don't get nothing done. So that's another reason why I don't really watch much of them. Like I said, like Venus Orion Comics is my priority. Like that's what I do. I eat, sleep, and drink that. So I focus more on that. But as far as anime is concerned, I haven't really caught up. I haven't really watched. I started Sakamoto Days, but that was earlier this year. I started it. I haven't got back to it. Watched like 2 episodes. I like it. I haven't really got into it. I like Don. Like season 2 just started. I watched all season 1 earlier this year. Was it last year? I can't remember when the first season came on. But yeah, I was watching some Down. I like Sakamoto Days, and I haven't really been watching anything else. I just sat down and started watching Evangelion for the first time. Because yes, I know it's probably shocking. I know of Evangelion because it came on Toonami, I think Adult Swim or something like that, back when I was in college. I was in college when it first aired on Cartoon Network and everything, but I haven't watched it. And there's a lot of hype. There's a lot of glazing to that series, and people talk about how good it is and stuff. But so far I'm like 7 episodes in, and it still haven't hit me yet. It still haven't clicked with me. I find it kind of boring. It haven't really hit yet. So I'm gonna still sit through it and see if it can finally pull me in. But right now I don't see what the hype is about Evangelion right now. Did you watch My Hero at least? Me and my daughter watched it like 2 years ago. Where when Deku first when he went after the when Deku went solo, when he went solo on his own, and then everybody at the academy was fighting Deku to bring him back, and that's where it ended on that season. And me and my daughter haven't picked it back up yet. I'm definitely gonna get back into it. Is it in dub? Because I watched it in dub. Like, I know some people saying, what? I don't really watch anime unless I am forced to. Unless I am forced to watch anime and subs. Unless I am forced to. And there's no other option, then I watch it in sub. And another way I watch it in sub is if I started it out in sub, then I will just continue to watch it in sub or whatever like that. Or unless that the anime got me hooked so much and to the point where the dub just stops, I'll go jump right into the subs or whatever like that. And what did that is back when Naruto dub first aired, and I was so hooked to the dub version because I never even watched the sub version. I was first introduced to it on Cartoon Network on Toonami, and I fell in love with it, and I loved it so much. I was like, oh, hell with that. It like the dubs are coming out too slow, and my dad had external hard drive. One of his homies already had all the Japanese subs, and at the time Shippuden wasn't out yet, so it stopped right after Naruto and Sasuke fought each other, and Sasuke left. So I watched the rest on the external hard drive until Shippuden came out. So yes, I like watching my animes in dub. I know some people hate dubs and stuff like that, but when it comes to me, like especially when most of the time I watch anime, I'm sitting down and I'm chilling. I'm eating snacks, or sometimes I'm eating dinner, or I'm eating lunch. And while I'm eating, sometimes like I gotta sit there and read and pay attention while trying to do other things while trying to watch it. And that's the only reason why I don't do the subs much. And also, when it comes to certain animes that gets convoluted and stuff like that, I gotta constantly pause it or rewind it and reread it again to make sure I understood what is going on in the context and stuff. And I hate doing that. Like, for instance, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, or just Ghost in the Shell in general, I love the English dub. Some of the best voice acting, in an anime, and something as complex as Ghost in the Shell, I cannot watch in Japanese sub. I have to listen to it in English dub. I just have to. Landon says, have you seen the new season of King of the Hill? It's great. No, I haven't watched it yet. I watched some of the original King of the Hill, which I like. I really like it. It's a good series, but I wasn't really invested in it like my brother Strike and Kiel. They're watching the new season right now. Me, I haven't even watched it yet or whatever. I'm not even sure when I'm going to get around to it. So one anime I'm finishing up is King and... Oh, I finished that like what? I finished that a year ago. I won't spoil it, but oh my God. I think it was like a year or two ago. I think I finished that one. Loved it. I'm kind of disappointed. Like I won't say disappointed, but I hopefully do another season or whatever. I want to know what's going on. So my sister loved Down. My brother loved it so much he went to the movie theaters to watch the movie, which is pretty much season 2 is going to pretty much the movie that's broken into episodes and stuff like that. Damn. Yeah, Marvel sabotaged the Fantastic Four because it was owned by Fox for a while. That's why they left them out. Yeah, a lot of reason why you don't see Fantastic Four or a lot of X-Men at the time. You gotta understand when it comes to the movie rights and stuff. Sony had Spider-Man. Fox had Ghost Rider, I believe. They had Fantastic Four. New Line Cinema had Blade. Fox also had Daredevil. It was a lot of Fox stuff. Now you have to remember, before Disney bought Marvel, you know, you seen Fantastic Four. You seen a lot of it, especially from the movies and stuff. But once Disney bought you know, Marvel or whatever, the MCU became their bread and butter, and it became the topic of attention. So now, since Disney was taking this whole Marvel Cinematic Universe serious, any other studio is seen as competition. So that's why you slowly stop seeing X-Men, which is why you didn't see X-Men and Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, because they want no exposure, because Fox owns the rights to that. Everything that possible X-Men, Marvel had the rights to it or whatever. The same thing with Incredible Hulk. Incredible Hulk is still not owned by Disney. Universal Studios still owns the Incredible Hulk. That's why you still don't see a Incredible Hulk solo film. And so what they do is they put Hulk in other people's films and make movies is a loophole. So they will put Hulk arcs and storylines inside. They will put Hulk storylines inside other people's movies, like Thor Ragnarok. They took World Breaker Hulk, or the Hulk, the World Breaker Hulk, or the Hulk Wars movies, a comic, and put it inside World War Hulk. They put it inside Thor Ragnarok, or pieces of it in Thor Ragnarok, because Universal Studios still owns it. Now, why haven't they bought the rights back to Hulk? Because as the MCU started making more and more money, Universal Studios is gonna ask for more money to buy, for Marvel and Disney to buy it back. They don't want to spend that money. I mean, they're already burning through money. I would rather just buy it and get Hulk back. I mean, they're already burning through money like hell currently right now. So Disney and Marvel sees Fox and the others as competition, which is another reason why they tried their hardest not to even acknowledge much of the Netflix Daredevil and the Netflix series that was going on. That's why once they got the license back to Daredevil, they wanted to cut all kinds of connections and ties to the Netflix, which everyone loved, and transformed it and made Daredevil more like the comic books, like him swinging around a lot and all this different type of stuff. They started throwing a lot of CGI and all. It didn't feel like what people loved. I love the Netflix Daredevil. I loved every bit of it, and I think it started falling apart once Iron Fist came out. And this is where the wokeness started coming in and stuff during that time. And Iron Fist just destroyed it. The quality started dipping in the Netflix series, and I didn't really care no more to watch the others. All I cared was to watch Daredevil, and I like Punisher. Luke Cage, I liked the first season of Luke Cage, but I started falling off from Luke Cage in the second season. I liked Jessica Jones season 1. Didn't really care too much about season 2, and didn't even bother the last final season. But The Defender was the nail in the coffin for the Netflix series. The Defenders was garbage, and I was upset because I was looking forward to these characters coming together. The quality, the budget, the hand was just, they felt so generic. They felt like pushovers to me, the way they try to drum them up and beef them up to be, and it was just horrible. But I digress. So you gotta watch the original one. I'm not watching the remake. I'm watching the original. I'm watching it on Netflix. The X-Men and Fantastic Four have been getting the insurance thing. Movie. So I met My Hero Vigilantes. Oh no, I haven't watched the Vigilantes because I didn't finish My Hero yet. So I'm not going to bother that yet. It said, I'll say if the dub is shit, then I won't watch them. But if they're good, then I will. Okay, Solo. So I watch anime dub simply because I am trying to watch the action. I don't have time to read. Yeah. Yo, Mugen Lord, how do you feel about Rampage Jackson's son attacking that one wrestler? We're going to get it. We are going to get into that. Just hold on. Hold on to that, Cole. We're going to talk about that. Same. I prefer watching anime in English dub. The only time I watch it in Japanese if the English is unavailable. Have you watched JoJo Bizarre Adventure? Yeah, my daughter got me into JoJo Bizarre Adventure. She got me. Like I said, I was not too crazy about JoJo Bizarre Adventure, and everybody glazed it so much. I'm like, the main thing that stopped me from watching it because it looks so gay. The characters look so flamboyant and everything, and it just looked, and the art style wasn't about. I just couldn't get into it, so I didn't bother to watch JoJo Bizarre Adventure. But one day, my daughter, she kept begging me, and she said, you're going to sit down, Dad, and watch it with me. So my daughter's in the room with me. We sat down together, and we watched it on Netflix. And the first episode hooked me, and I've been watching it. I stopped at Stone Ocean, haven't finished it. The more seasons come out, the weirder it start getting. So the Stone Ocean, I'm having a hard time trying to really get into it because it's getting really, really, like the title says, bizarre. It's getting too bizarre for me. Let me see. Facts. Yeah, one of my favorites. When they say anime games suck, I think they mean licensed ones because there are some hidden gems. Licensed ones do suck. Like, and it's a shame that licensed anime games suck. They're treated as cash cows. Like, it's rare to find an anime licensed game that's really, really good. And it shouldn't be that way. What proved that licensed games based on cartoons, comics, and manga can work? Look at the West at the very beginning when it came to comic books. The Batman Arkham series. The Batman Arkham series proved that a licensed game can actually work, or a licensed property, like based off of comic books, can actually work. Batman Arkham Asylum did a true superhero game, comic book hero game, and they inspired a lot. That's why you get the Spider-Man games now, which the first Spider-Man really resonated with a lot of people. So it's really hard to, like, when it comes to anime, man, I'm waiting for that one anime licensed game to really hit it home, to really bring it in. And I think another reason why it's tough to make anime licensed games too is because you really don't have no real room to experiment with them, because you're confined to the anime's lore, you're confined to the anime story, and they tried hard to be consistent with the characters and their powers and stuff like that. So they can't really go too crazy and play around with things, because then it would also upset fans or throw fans off. And you can't bring in an actual new audience to be introduced, because they're stepping into a game, to a licensed game, to where they have no idea what's going on. Especially if it's an adventure that's way later in the series, newer people's not going to come in because they don't know what the fuck it is. They don't know the character relationships are already established already. They don't know anything. So that also pushes out potential new people to come in to try it out, because it's more so dedicated to the actual fans and everything. Like I always said, I would love for a great Dragon Ball RPG, action RPG, or Dragon Ball Z action RPG. Fuck that Kakarot. That shit, to me, that shit is ass. But I'm talking about what they can possibly do is play around with it, have fun. They can create what if type of scenarios where you can branch off and create a whole new adventure, a whole new set of time, a whole new timeline. You know, so now you can take Krillin and other characters and now make them more focal to the story and whatever like that, where they're much more powerful. They can keep up with Goku and Vegeta and them and stuff like that. You can introduce new characters, because now you don't have to adhere to the established lore. now you're breaking off. You're starting off where the lore starts at, but then you branch off to something completely different based on whatever the writers decide to do to take the story or whatever like that. Then now you can be able to create your own worlds, add in new Dragon Ball characters that's specific to the game, and now you can have fun with it and stuff. And I would say start back at where Raditz is at, and then have it diverge from there. Because if you make it diverge from there, you can now rescale everybody again. You can rescale everybody, introduce new concepts, new elements and stuff. And I think it would be pretty cool. It's a lot of things, even with Naruto and other type of games. I think they should do things like that. Experiment, have fun, go a completely different direction, but use the baseline of the story and then branch off and create your own new thing. I think it would be pretty cool because then it could bring in newcomers, and also the people who are fans of the series can see this new direction that it's going and stuff like that. I think it'd be pretty cool. But the developers need to tell people that, yo, this is what we want to do. We want to try something different. You know what I'm saying? So you can call it like Dragon Ball something. You know what I'm saying? And go a completely different direction. And now you have a whole franchise based on that direction. So I think that would be pretty cool. Reminder that there's a world where Marvel tried to phase out Spider-Man. Yep. Also prefer fighting games in English language. Said they just got the rights back to Hulk. Oh, they did. Oh, I didn't know that. Corey, thanks for letting me know. I didn't know that. Like I said, I've been out of the loop with Marvel and what's been going on. I just don't care about it too much. But no, that's good. That's good. Hey Mugen Lord, I'd just like to say I'm working on my Mugen with everyone, but I'm going to try making outfits for characters if I can get going too hard and need new PC. Okay. Y'all remember that game, Anat and Nanta? You said that that game. Yeah, I covered it on my channel. The anime GTA with Spider-Man movement. I hope it isn't dead. I covered it on my channel. Damn, what happened? Was it wokeness or was it bad writing? Is it both, Corey? Bad writing and wokeness. DEI. Like look at She-Hulk. They hired a whole crew of women to write that just because they were women. And what also proved it was DEI too is because the writer, she went on to admit and said that she knew nothing how to write because it was supposed to be like a lawyer or a law-based type of TV show. She said she knew nothing about how to do a law show or anything. Instead of doing research or getting the team that's competent to do it, they just wanted to do it. They just did whatever the hell they want. And look at all their promotion. Look at Eternals. Eternal failed. Now, Eternal was already going. I already said it was going to be trash. But look at Eternals. Look at the whole cast. Look at the whole cast. The whole cast were based on diversity. The whole cast of Eternals. Yeah, you had gay couples. You had a person that was deaf. You had all this nonsense. They race swap. They gender swap. And then their marketing campaign was just diversity this, diversity that. You know? What's Agatha? The Agatha TV series. Look at the advertisement. Look at the marketing. I look at the interviews. Look at the press junkets. All they can talk about how gay it was. This is one of the gayest Marvel films. You know what I'm saying? So yes, it was bad writing and wokeness. It was a mixture of both. Did you watch Cloak and Dagger? No, I didn't watch that. My brothers watched it. It was poorly written. They let the dudes who wrote Iron Fist write the Defenders. Yeah. Daredevil is number one. The Punisher and trash. That I love Stone Ocean. A buddy of mine was a stuntman for most of the Marvel films. Yeah, one of my brother's models. She was on was it season 1 of Daredevil? She was. We paused it. As a matter of fact, it's on. I tweeted it years ago when the Daredevil Netflix came out, and she was on the scene. She was giving one of the henchmen a lap dance. I think it was Daredevil, and my brother called her up, said, "Yo, we see you on Daredevil," and stuff like that. Yeah, that was pretty neat. So you kid got good taste. We deserve better. I love Anastasia from Stone Ocean. Yeah. I love the characters. It's just so weird. It's just so weird. So no JoJo for me is too bizarre. He said the good licensed anime games seem to be both Naruto and Dragon Ball. We had a great Spider-Man game since the PlayStation 1. Yeah, that's true. I have the PlayStation 1 games. But it didn't shatter. You know what I'm saying? Like the Arkham games did. Wait, Mugen Lord out of nowhere, guys. I think it's here. What's up, Cook? What's going on, bro? Yeah, Cook. I will be streaming more often. I'm streaming again Wednesday. I already got everything set up for that. I'm still waiting for a Naruto's Warriors game. I think they were pretty cool based on the Shinobi War, the Ninja War. So I saw a video of yours on Twitter of you eating honey and honeycomb and you not liking. You rather have Little Caesar pizza instead? Yeah, I would rather have Little Caesar's pizza instead. Hot take: most anime aren't suited for games, or at least big AAA games, and 99% aren't big enough to warrant that kind of. I mean, you have a point somewhat. I can see that. I can see that. Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise does some kind of do some things that aren't in the source material, but I don't think it's that good of a Yakuza game. And Naruto Warriors game could work. Kid Buu greater than Ultimate Gohan. Another problem is people only pay attention to the big shonen properties and arena fighters while ignoring everything else. I mean, but even while ignoring everything else, like, okay, you would have gyms, but it's not shattering. It's not shaking things. It's not a shaker. You know what I'm saying? For people to look at and say, you know what? Damn. Like, and it would get developers' attention too. Like, you know what? After we saw this example, all right, it's time for us to step it up. You know, they've been getting too much love with the Musou games. I tried getting in there. It's just feels strange. Licensed anime games suffer from being constrained inside a box. Everything has been laid out and planned according to the series. Is based on. There's no room. Yes. I was thinking things like anime gets too crazy for any game to emulate, and it's still fun unless they want to break the already broken lore. Attack of the Saiyans was good. No Goku. Oh yeah. I forgot about Attack of the Saiyans. Yeah, I forgot about that. Was that on Game Boy Advance? I think. What I love about comic book games is that they have room to branch off and be expanded. I agree. Yep. So y'all talking about a multiverse split? Yeah, I guess in a sense a multiverse split. I mean, but it's not. Yeah, it's its own thing. I mean, and the anime doesn't have to pay attention to that lore or even acknowledge it. But I think for the games, it needs to branch out and try other things. That's why anime games, they're so limited because they have to stay. They have to stay on that path to what the anime is and stay true to it. So you really can't experiment too much with it and try different things, because then it breaks the lore, it messes, it contradicts things and stuff like that. But if developers come out and say, "Yo, we want to try something different," you know, we're going to use this story, we're going to use this aspect of the anime as a baseline, and then we're going to diverge and do our own thing and stuff like that. And this creates more room and opportunity to introduce new elements, new characters, or whatever they want to do. And now you're going to have fun with the gameplay elements and have fun with the characters and stuff. But I think that should be established at the very beginning to let fans don't do what Square has done with Final Fantasy VII Remake. You know, had everybody thinking that, yo, this is a remake, but no, this is just a reimagined. This is diversion to something completely different. But if they establish that from the very beginning, that hey, this is what we want to do, we want to try something different. This will also bring in other new people too, as well, because now they have a starting point, and now they can play through it and stuff like that. And if they're curious or they end up loving the property so much, then they'll go in and want to try out the anime, maybe read the manga that is and stuff like that. It's so many things they can do. The comic book games tend to be noob friendly. We need another Hulk game like Ultimate Destruction. Yeah, my dad loved that game. He has that. He had it on Xbox. Yo, Mugen Lord, what's up? So I'm doing good, man, and I hope you're doing good too, Blaze. We should trap more. She-Hulk was supposed to be Ally McBailey, and they messed it up. Oh yeah, we definitely should talk more. You know what I'm saying? Like I want Marvel to succeed. Like I grew up off of it. I never wanted to see it fail. but it just upset me is how look at like I said, if you start from the very beginning and watch the storytelling and watch what they were doing with the earlier films and watch how it began to devolve. And most of the writing was on the wall the moment, because I haven't read Marvel comics in a long time. Like I said, I grew up, my dad, he read Marvel comics. Like I grew up underneath my father when he used to collect comics, the comics back in the day. So I haven't read comics in a long time. So as I started watching the MCU, it reinvigorated, it rejuvenated me to want to go back and catch up on Marvel. And that's when I saw the all new, all different Marvel. Falcon America, and then we got introduced to Riri Williams. We started getting introduced to all this nonsense and stuff like that. Things I didn't even ask for, that fans didn't even ask for. And then when you look at the staff, look at all the staff. They started hiring nothing but women from the LGBT community, starting to write these books. And they came in, they started doing self-inserts of our favorite characters, started putting themselves in these characters and stuff like that. Instead of telling a story, instead of telling the Batman story, they want to tell their story. Not Batman, I'm talking about Marvel. Instead of telling the X-Men story, they want to tell their story. Instead of telling the Spider-Man story, they want to tell their story. Everybody started coming in, they started flattening it. They started flattening it, and they started getting all these other, people coming in, and it started shape-shifting, the company. But when I started seeing all this nonsense in the comics, the MCU wasn't there yet. That's what started getting me scared. Because I said, oh my God, are they building up to this? Are they trying to get the trust of us first and then hit us with this nonsense from the comics? Look at what they did with She-Hulk. She-Hulk was feminine, but now all of a sudden, at some point now, She-Hulk is no different from Hulk. She all buff and shit like that. She looked like Hulk, but with long hair. You know what I'm saying? Instead of distinguishing Hulk from She-Hulk and stuff like that, they just started doing the Captain Marvel. They started shoving Captain Marvel down everybody's throats. And the more and more you see, and remember, you look at Carol Danvers when she was Miss Marvel in a long time ago, during the X-Men and the older Avengers. She was one of my favorite female Marvel characters. Then also they made her Captain Marvel. She lost all of her femininity and appeal to her. Then every time you see a new run of her, she looks more and more androgynous. She looks more and more like a dude. They flatten her chest. They started doing all kinds of things to this character, and they kept trying to force her, and it failed. Then once they hired a Muslim chick to take over for Marvel, that's when you got Miss Marvel, the Pakistani Marvel character, and they try to force her in, and people say we don't want this. So it was only bound to happen that the MCU was going to start adopting some of that fucking nonsense. It was only bound to happen. And when they introduced Captain Marvel in MCU, that's where a lot of the spark started. That's where, that's when you start seeing Marvel start calling people sexist, start calling people homophobic because of the nonsense that they were trying to push even with Captain Marvel herself in her film. You know what I'm saying? So you started seeing the ripple. You started seeing the ripple there in the MCU. So I said it was only a matter of time, man. It was only a matter of time. It's a prototype. Eternal's biggest issue was it should have been a miniseries. And I agree. Now, I agree with that. That would have worked better as a miniseries. First, they hand-fisted all these characters. Then they threw a lot of woke nonsense into the characters. And then, as I said before, they were banking on, because after Endgame, they think they hooked in. They said, we got the audience. We got them. They're hooked now. And they thought that they could do what they did with Guardians of the Galaxy. Just take an unknown property, which could have worked. But during the press junket, the writer behind the Eternals, she was really mouthy and slinging around her politics. And that's the problem. There was too many social activists during these press junkets that would talk down to the fans, throwing their ideology. And all we want is good Marvel films. So now they're just hiring these people based on skin color, based on sexual orientation, based on color, and all those other type of things, instead of getting competent writers. So yes, it's a mixture of bad writers, but it still coincide wokeness because it took the wokeness and based on physical attributes is why they hired these people in the first place, and they weren't good. Destroy Star Wars. It's just sad. It feels like I'm in a parallel universe. Like I never thought that Star Wars would be just a shitty franchise. I never thought I would be in a universe or a timeline where Star Wars doesn't hit anymore. You know? She stated she didn't know how to law process work along with having zero knowledge of She-Hulk. Exactly. And then the writer behind the movie, the Black Widow movie, she literally said she had no interest in comics. Matter of fact, she said she has a disdain for comics. But she admitted that the reason why she decided to do Black Widow is because she wanted to implement her beliefs, her political views, and use Black Widow as a vehicle for that. She had no interest in it. She has no interest in comic books. It was actually a good show, but the marketing was so cringe. So I think even before it came out, someone stated that Fastos would be gay on DJ Vlad. Yeah, it was, yo, what's up, Strider? Said, no, never mind. It's deaf. It's 20 chats behind. Yeah, I look, dude. I am 20. Yeah, you guys are keep going. He said, "Will you bring it?" No, he has to go to work. Like I said, it's hard to bring them on because they got part-time jobs and stuff. So that's kind of hard to try to. I gotta set it up beforehand. Probably DI is when it's the main focus. You can have DI programs it's written. Yeah, like I said, like that's the thing. It's the priority, and the reason why it's a priority, these companies were getting paid for it. Like I said, with with BlackRock, Vanguard, and stuff like that, they were getting funded. They got money. Corporations, studios got money and investments if they implemented these things. So now DEI took priority now rather than merit, rather than actual getting people, right for the job and everything. So even if a company, even if a franchise fail, even if a series fail, they don't really care because they already got their front end. They already got their front end. They already got their money. The executives, that's at the board meetings and at the higher ups, they already got their money. They don't care. They got their money up front. So they don't care if it fails. They really don't. But the people that suffers are the people that puts the time, that's working on the films itself, the cameramen, and stuff, and the people that's on the sets and things like that. They're the ones that suffer from it and stuff. And the people that works in the company itself, at the lower chains of commands. After She-Hulk, I realized they went to a new level by making fun of the fans. Yeah, they spent time making fun of the fans and stuff. At that point, like, I'm going. You're telling me that you don't care, that I'm not your audience, and that's fine. I just go somewhere else, and I just focus on Venus Orion Comics. DBZ greater than Dragon Ball Fighters. In terms of Arena Fighters, Gundam, Naruto, Dissidia, and DBC got it right. I love Dissidia. Jextreme, I love Dissidia Final Fantasy. I could talk about that shit all day. Have you ever heard of To Be a Hero X? I might have. Well, I have the Sword Art Online Fractured Daydream, but the game is dead. It's a 20-player game, but people said it had a lot of potential, but the game died, man. All right, let me catch up, man. So remember Ghostbuster Answers? They came, yeah. Ghostbuster was really the thing that shattered Hollywood. The female Ghostbuster, and like Hollywood, that was the spark. It's not giving up on Marvel and DC. I don't care if they succeed or fail. Hey, Mugen Lord. Oh, what's up, Unlimited? Hey, Moving Lord, how do you feel about the bastardization of heroes like Punisher and the Red Hood? What is with the two juggernauts not letting heroes using guns? The ninja trope gets too played out. Well, I don't really know much about what's going on with Red Hood, so I can't really talk much about that. In the Punisher, I didn't like what they did with him, where he became the leader of the Hand, I think. And he got like 2 swords, and then they got rid of the skeleton on the skull on his chest, and there's something else. Shit was fucking whack. But yeah, man, like I said, it's all wokeness. That's why I did it. It's all wokeness. Wokeness and DEI. It's those people that they put in these positions. So let's see. Ironheart trash said what I would do differently for anime games from fighters would be JRPGs, beat 'em ups, and hack and slash. Yeah. Witcher TV series didn't want to tell a Witcher story. Yeah, they didn't want to tell a story, and it was on record that the writing team was making fun of the Witcher fans. They hate you. They're hiring people that hate you. That's why Henry Cavill left. Henry Cavill left because he wanted to stick to the source material, and they didn't want to. They hate you. They're hiring people that hate your fucking guts as fans. Kid Buu was I like Miss Marvel though. And it's when it comes to Miss Marvel, I like when Japanese developers get a hold of her. Like she's so adorable in Token Fighting Souls, and they did a good job with her in Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Miss Marvel was actually one of my favorite characters in Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 on Nintendo Switch. She's one of my favorite characters. So it's look, if Ironheart can be a good character if they put away the woke ideology bullshit and actually make Ironheart, give her own identity, make her a well fleshed out character. I have no problem with Ironheart existence, but they have to get rid of the nonsense that's holding that character back and reshape the character, get competent writers, get rid of the woke ideology and nonsense that pretty much shaped and made this character, and just make a great character. Miss Marvel, I think she can be a great character too if they give her the right writers and get rid of the woke agendas and the nonsense that she was the foundation which she was built on. I think she could be a good character. Any character can be a great character if they are written well. I will say that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that part. It said Marvel Guild Bros close. Corey DI shit bothers me so badly because they make garbage characters and use characters not as a defense. It's a terrible defense, among other things. Also, the director of the Marvel blames the failure of aforementioned movie on people rather than the flaws of the movies. The Marvels was a $2 million box office. Damn. Marvel became fan fiction after 2014. It could have worked, but they were so focused on talking about everything else but the story. Star-Lord used to be a serious character. Yeah, now, that's the thing. James Gunn, man, he deconstruct characters. What you see in the MCU, or when you see superheroes that's written by James Gunn, they are never true to the character, not in spirit or anything. He breaks down characters and he creates his own versions of characters, of existing characters. Now, when it comes to me in superhero films, you got to remember, I grew up watching the Tim Burton Batmans with Michael Keaton and stuff like that. I watched, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. I watched, the Fox X-Men movies and stuff like that. And I love Blade. Now, I have no problem with comic book movies not following the source material 100%, because you have to also understand too, as long as the character captured the spirit of the character, or whatever, in the essence of the character, I think that's totally fine. You have to remember, Blade that you see with Wesley Snipes is not Blade in the comics at all. It's not Blade. So I don't have a problem when comic book movies are doing their own thing. I don't have a problem with that. But if you're going to do that, then you better movie. You know what I'm saying? And do something and take and elevate the character. Because Blade was such a cultural phenomenon that really jump-started the MCU and Marvel what it is of what it is today. Blade has done so well, they had to go back to the comics and refix the current Blade in Marvel to match the Blade, the Wesley Snipes Blade. Because you got to understand, Blade in the comics, he wasn't a daywalker. When Frost bit his mother, all he had was immunity to vampire bites. He was still like a regular human. From what I researched, he was still a regular like human. It's just that when vampires bite him, it doesn't fuck with him. It doesn't turn him into a vampire. It doesn't affect him. He was just some black dude who hunts down vampires in Europe. He lived in Europe. That was it. That was it. They changed him to the Daywalker after the Blade movie. I think it was an issue where with Morbius. And I think it's Blade fans out there, tell me if I'm wrong or not. I can't remember. But I think it had something to do with Morbius biting him or something like that. He was already he was already born with the immunity to be bitten. But I think because of what happened with Morbius and him getting bitten by Morbius, I believe, or was another vampire, that's what made him a Daywalker or something like that. It was really weird. But yeah, so I don't have a problem with that as long as if it's done, if you can elevate the character in a sense. But yeah, they reconstructed Blade because of Wesley Snipes. They could have found a good writer that happened to be a woman, but no. Yeah. Like I said, like there's some great female writers. Like I said, I don't want people to get confused, especially when it comes to me. I don't have a problem if you're a woman. I don't have a problem if you're gay or whatever like that. Just do your fucking job. That's all I'm asking for. Just do your job. Just do it. Be competent. That's all I'm asking for. But it's called pattern recognition. And they keep hiring these incompetent women who happen to be women, who happen to be of another sexual orientation. They can just constantly keep hiring these people and stuff like that. And that's where we're getting these problems. It really does feel like we're in a parallel universe. So they went back on the androgynous. She's Hulk, luckily, but that was a stupid idea from the start finish. Yeah, like I said, I haven't really caught up with the current stuff with the Marvel. The strong behind Black Widow was so confusing. Carol as Miss Marvel used to be one of the hottest Marvel characters, but after they took away her secret identity and gave her a full body suit, it was over. Yo, what's up, Vernon? Yo, what's up, Raph? Chloe Zhao. Yep. I no longer care about anything Star Wars after the sequel trilogy. They dropped the ball big time with that. I'm still catching up, guys. You guys, I love how active you guys are. We had 104 people watching the stream, which is awesome. Let's see, we got Azure. What's up? I just watched a new Superman movie last night, and I got to say it was a very solid. Yeah, like I said, like it wasn't a horrible movie. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good. It was a watchable film. It was an entertaining film. And for me, when watching superhero films takes, like I said, I'm going right back to what I said. If it can capture my attention and it entertains me or whatever like that, and especially when I'm sitting with my daughter and we having a good time and stuff like that, I enjoyed it for what it was. As I said before, they could have this, like I said, it's James Gunn, deconstructing characters and stuff like that. I'm still on the wall with this Superman as like going forward with this. But it was a watchable film. And I walked out with my father, my brothers, my sister and my daughter and stuff. We walked out of the film. We had a good time. We had a good time. It didn't do what Man of Steel did. I like I said, Man of Steel is still it's still like my number one superhero film. Like, and Man of Steel had flaws. It wasn't a perfect film, but Man of Steel was a Superman movie that I always wanted to see. Superman Return really left a sour taste in my mouth. But Man of Steel was a Superman and superhero movie I always wanted to see. And all they had to do was learn from the flaws and the mistakes that they made in Man of Steel, and then went out from there. And they couldn't do that. So black people are putting their foot down on not being used for other agendas, and now they're catching on. Yeah, definitely catching on. Boo doesn't hold back. Hollywood need to go. Yo, it's the Jen. Hello, Mugen Lore. How do you feel about Avengers Doomsday? Like I said, I don't care. I really don't care. I've been hearing rumors about it. There's rumors saying that come in. Yeah, it should be downstairs. It should be on top of the TV. Not on top of the refrigerator. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's rumors going around stating that the movie's a mess right now. And Robert Downey Jr. is displeased with what's going on behind the scenes, and this is from the rumors that he's displeased with the production of it, and he wants to do reshoots on scenes. And now, like, some people within the cast are getting upset. And then the other rumor is that he got into a fight with another cast member. Some people are speculating that fight is with Ryan Reynolds. Because if you don't know, there's been a lot of news and information coming out about Ryan Reynolds that he's not a nice guy. He's in fact an asshole, and he takes over films. He takes over movies and productions. He sabotaged. They say he sabotaged. He sabotaged productions and he sabotaged directors. He sabotaged them so he can take control over it, and it becomes a Ryan Reynolds movie. And this also this came out even more because of Ryan Reynolds' wife, who Dave Baldoni, who was coming out with a movie it was like a novel. It was a movie based on this novel. It is like a huge female audience or whatever like that. And Dave Baldoni, I believe that's his name, had hired Ryan Reynolds' wife. She came in and she tried to take over the film. And then he got into it with Ryan Reynolds. And Ryan Reynolds, and his wife uses Ryan Reynolds, as a weapon, to bully him. And after that, Ryan Reynolds' wife came out and accused David Baldoni as sexually assaulting her or something like that. And they end up kicking him off his own film. And now she took over the film. But we started to learn from people who knows Ryan Reynolds and his wife, and they said, no, this always been going on. Ryan Reynolds and them does this, and this is nothing new. So now people are starting to wake up to Ryan Reynolds that he's not really a nice guy at all. He's really an asshole, in person and stuff like that. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, he's really an asshole in person, like the Deadpool movie. The Deadpool movie, he leaked out. I believe he leaked out his cut of the version of that we saw of the Deadpool, because if he wins over the audience and they get audience reception, the producers are going to like, okay, let's put him in charge of production. So there was a lot of fighting going back and forth, with this people behind the first Deadpool movie and everything. Now, you also got to notice, look at a lot of the interviews now. Look at past interviews. Deadpool's friend, what's his name? The actor name, Mark Miller, I think it was. The dude with the glasses in the first movie. He didn't return for Deadpool 2 because him and Ryan Reynolds had fallen out. Start going back to a lot of old interviews with people who always had a problem with Ryan Reynolds. So you're just going to start wondering, You start going back farther. Think about Blade 3. Blade 3, they set up Wesley Snipes. They did it like they set up Wesley Snipes. They try to make it like he was crazy, saying that you couldn't address him. You only call him Blade on the set. They say he was showing up late to the set. He was beefing with a lot of people. They say he was a big problem on Blade 3. But when you start digging deeper when it came to Blade 3, the original guy who written who directed and everything, Blade 2 and stuff, he didn't return for the third film. They got somebody else for the third film. I think it's David Goyer written it and stuff like that. And what they try to do was they try to make Blade a sidekick in his own movie. They try to make Ryan Reynolds the highlight star of the film. Now you gotta go, now start putting the pieces together, start going back. And the reason why he starts showing up late to the sets and stuff, because that was his way of protesting the film. Because he was saying that, yo, what is going on? The movie is called Blade. This is my film. And plus, Wesley Snipes had ideas for Blade 3, and then they didn't want to take it. And so they was trying to make Ryan Reynolds the star. They're trying to jumpstart his career through Blade 3. And ever since that happened, Wesley Snipes' career has never been the same ever since. And that's when all of a sudden the whole tax thing came up. And a lot of people believe that was set up. All right. They're trying to make Jason Todd into some sleazy playboy with Huntress. Think of it, a gritty version of 50 Shades of Grey. Okay. 7. My bad. Shape of plug. Sister, yeah, I agree with all fours of me have become too political. Let's see. Being a guy from Chicago, I hate how they made Ironheart. She's so stereotypical. If you ever make a video game based on Venus and Ryan comics, what is the first genre you will be applying to? My first, well, for starters, if we're doing everything, for starters, there's going to be 2 different types of things that I'll be doing with Venus and Ryan comics. No, when it comes to Venus and Ryan games, when I do start Venus and Ryan games, I will have original property, original IP made for Venus and Ryan games, which has nothing to do with my comic books. They're just like Radical the Porcupine is one of them. Galenia, which is going to be my type of Final Fantasy series, an anthology JRPG inspired series called Galenia. We're gonna have things like that for Venus and Ryan games. Now, when it comes to my comic books, with games, I think I already have an action RPG in mind for based on one of my comic books. So you want to wait and see as we progress, because I'm already plotting out the game itself, the action RPG itself. Already, I'm already plotting it out and everything. So you have to wait and see. So now I respect not. I refuse to watch James Gunn. How confident are you that Square would develop a fitting and satisfying end for? I'm not confident at all, Josh. Is that even possible for the split in the fan base? I don't think they're gonna stick the landing, bro. I don't think they're gonna stick the landing at all. We'll talk more about that. We're gonna talk more about that. Let's see. It's a pretty damn good movie. Gunn's obsession with man children is so annoying. Basically, it's Spike Spiegel. So I mean, they made Blade in American for the Blade 1 and 2, and Wesley Snipes is American. You said Mugen Lord, Blade or Spawn. I like Blade better. I'm not really into Spawn. I like Spawn's design, but I could never get into the Blade to the Spawn universe. It just wasn't my thing. Do you hope for more 2D anime fighting games like Hunter x Hunter and then Impact? Of course, it was trash because of the porting and that code. Yeah, I hope for more, Landon. I do. OG Blade is over 90 years old and British. Yo, what's up, Meow Garage? What's up, Mugen? Thoughts on Switch 2 being easily available so soon in stores? I haven't kept up on it. My Switch 2 is still in the box, in the plastic. I haven't opened it yet. We'll talk about that in a second. I gotta catch up on these chats. Yo, what's up, Poppy? Yes. A bite from Morbius turned him into Wesley Snipes. Star Wars act like it killed Star Wars. Is Mary Jane still Venom? Oh shit! I did not know. Don't care for Marvel, Disney. Do you dig pro wrestling? Yeah. I grew up on I grew up watching pro wrestling. We'll talk about that in a second. We'll talk about that in a second. Pro wrestling. Man Steel was the best modern Superman film. Yep, I agree. Samantha just dropped in. What's good, boss? What's up, Chase, man? Welcome to the stream. Black Widow could have been perfect had it been made right after Iron Man 2. Yes. And we always, like, for people that cares about women and everything and all different type of stuff, she was the only one that didn't get a movie out of all her other co-stars. Didn't get a movie until after the fact. And they were forced to do it because of how well received Wonder Woman was. But other than that, she wouldn't have got one. Superman wasn't terrible. I wasn't a fan of Man of Steel. Super bitch. I didn't see him do. I got detached. What's up, Vengeance? What's up? What's up? I gotta catch up. Yeah, Blade 3 was trash. You should do a call-in show. It would really help out. Oh yeah, I will eventually do a call-in show. I gotta establish a base. I gotta be consistent first before I elevate to that. You know, I don't blame Wesley. I was saying, yeah. If that's true, surprised that Wesley Snipes agreed to cameo on Blade 3. Well, like the thing is, he still has respect for the character, and he knows that the fans want that, Wesley Snipes. And he's also hoping that if he takes that cameo, that it could spark something from at least get something in the MCU. You know what I'm saying? Where's the stuff? I watched it later in life, but that's why they called it Trinity, because they wanted to make Ryan and the other girl the stars. Yup. Me 3 did fire so bad. Yo, what's up? Forrest Gardner, what's up, bro? Tells Omani, do you like turtles? Ninja Turtles? Yeah, I like the Ninja Turtles. Yo, what's up, Ryu? What's going on? Welcome to the chat. All right, I'm all caught up. Hold up. Let me get my drink real quick. Yeah, my dinner. Yeah, I got dinner. So give me a second, guys. So bear with me while I eat and try to talk to you guys. Oh crap! I got my get my seasoning salt. Whew. All right, 1 second, guys. Some Goya. Who's my dream woman? I don't know. I haven't thought about that. 1 second, guys. I'm hungry. Yeah, I haven't thought about my dream woman in a long time. Like right now, I'm at the point where I'm just out there, just having, just a casual thing here and there with a chick. But other than that, I'm not looking into something really serious because I am motivated, right, for Venus Ryan Comics. I want to establish all that. My daughter, right now, like when it comes to dating and stuff like that, it's not my main focus. When my daughter, she goes to college and she's a junior now. She starts school tomorrow, so she's a junior. She got 1 more year, and I'll be sending her to college. So I want to get my daughter. I want to get my daughter situated. Once she goes away to college, then I'll start thinking about, oh wow, because it's amazing. It's crazy how once my daughter go to college, it's just me again. You know, like my daughter's getting older. You know, she's becoming a woman, and when she goes to college, she's excited about college. And when she goes to college and stuff, her life begins. Her life starts and stuff like that. So it's gonna be more so just me by myself and everything like that. So I want to get her out of the way. And as a parent, you put yourself last. You know what I'm saying? Because your children are more important than anything. So I'm not really like when it comes to like dating and bringing women into my life, I put a halt to a lot of that stuff. So like normally what I just do is like I'll have something casual here or there or whatever like that. But a woman is not my main priority, especially after going through things with my baby mom. And I noticed that every time I do get involved with a woman, man, it slows down the progress of what I'm doing in my life and stuff because she wants to be self-centered. She wants all of my time. Or if the attention is not on her, she wants to cause chaos in some way to try to get my attention when I'm trying to grind. I'm trying to set a foundation for my future and stuff, and so I can have something built to pass on to my daughter and my future children that I still want to have. I want to have more children and stuff. But if she's not on my program, if the woman is not on my program, then she got to go. It's just that simple. So right now I'm not thinking about what my dream woman is because my dream woman is not even a priority right now. I'll start really thinking about stuff like that or going back out there. You know what I'm saying? Again, once my daughter is settled and in college, I'll be 40 when she goes to college. I'll be 40 years old. You like Crimson Vipers from Street Fighter New Alpha? Yeah, I like her design. Like, do peeps think themselves intellectuals by referring creatures to creatures years past and ish? Got fantasy fatigue, low key. 1 second, guys. I am hungry. Just, yeah, you don't know how many dudes I've seen stop streaming or give up their dreams after getting a girlfriend. Yeah, a lot of dudes, you don't want to see the sacrifice dudes. Yeah, you like people take it for granted, or people always talk about the struggles of women and what women have to put up with and stuff. You gotta understand, men, we will make sacrifices. We let go of our dreams. We let go of our ambitions once we allow a woman to come in our life. Because now we make her our priority. Because we want to, like I said, we're providers. So that provision thing comes in. We provide and we secure. So once the woman comes into our life, we would stop everything that we do because we're trying to make sure that she's taken care of and that she's provided for. You know what I'm saying? Do we have to do that? No, but we do it because that's how we were designed, as men, biologically. It's just how we are. We want to provide for our women and stuff. And then when she have our children, now you can forget it. Chris Rock said it. Chris Rock said it perfectly. The moment you get a woman, you get married, have a wife, fuck you. Say, look in the mirror and say, fuck your dreams. Fuck it all. Because your family becomes more important. I'll give you a perfect example. My dad, I've told y'all before, my dad wanted to work for Marvel. He used to draw. He was building up a portfolio to submit to Marvel because he wanted to draw comics and everything. He wanted to do all that stuff. But guess what happened? Mom got pregnant with me. Dad got engaged, then got married. Mom was pregnant with me during the time she was engaged. So I was born by the time mom and dad got married. So I was at the wedding when they got married. Once mom had me, my dad said, fuck all that. Fuck the drawing. Fuck all that stuff. My dad threw all that away because now I became a priority and mom became a priority. Every dream, every goal, everything he sacrificed that. And then my brother Keo was born, my sister Maya was born. Then 6 years after that, Strike was born. All of it. Yeah. So us as men, we make those sacrifices. We throw all of our dreams away, and we don't complain about it. We don't get mad. We don't resent, because as a man, I love to provide. I love seeing my daughter happy. And when me and her mother was together, I love going out being a man and see the smile on their face when I was able to provide something for them. It feels good. I did that. I was able to provide that for them. And so I never complain about those things. But when you look at women always complain about being a mom, complain about being how hard it is and to take care of a kid and stuff like that. I'm a single dad. All the things that women complain about taking care of kids, I don't see it. I don't see where the problem is at. I've been a single dad for my daughter's entire life. I've been my baby mom only been in my daughter's life for a full year. After that, it was just me and my daughter. So my daughter's 16 years old. I've been raising my daughter for 16 years. And thank God I also with my family, my siblings, my parents. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see what the issue is. I wake up early in the morning, especially when she was even younger. I used to wake up in the morning, make sure her lunch and everything is prepared for her. You know, make sure she's dressed and everything. And then we out the door to take her to school. I take her to school, drop her off. You know what I'm saying? Leave after I drop her off. I gotta get back to work what I'm doing. I'm self-employed. So now I gotta get back to the house, or I hit the gym first or do my walks, come home. It's time to work. By the time I look up, it's already time to get her, you know, or I'm either prepping dinner. Especially if dad or whatever or them is not cooking any dinner, then I have to prep dinner, go to the supermarket, prep dinner. So by the time I pick my daughter up and she comes home, dinner's already done. She comes home, we're eating dinner and stuff. Now she goes and, you know, get herself ready and settle down. Homework is already done because she's in the program where she's able to do her homework in school, come home, look over the homework and stuff. Or if she has some extra, if she has anything extra, then she goes in her room, do her homework and stuff, check it over, bam. By the time you look up, it's the evening, bedtime. You know what I'm saying? I did this while she was young. Now she's a teenager now. She's more responsible. She's a responsible individual now. So it gets easier as they get older. It gets really, really easier as they get older. So now she's able to do those things on her own and stuff like that. So I'm able to pull back less and less because now she's getting older. She's becoming her own individual and stuff like that. All I have to do now is just discipline and spend time. Discipline and spend that quality time and stuff like that. Women need to women live across. Exactly. So what's my favorite color? My favorite color is blue. So how you feel about Ninja Gaiden 4 is suffering? I have no idea. I was never really into the Ninja Gaiden stuff. Let me see. Because the streams are moving again. When you don't know how many dudes I was since I'm streaming, it's is men's masculinity still in danger, or are they slowly returning to normal? I wouldn't say it's in danger. I would say I wouldn't say slowly returning back to normal. It's at a standstill right now because right now we in a social political shift right now. Conservatives, Republicans, the pendulum is swinging back the other way. Trump is in office. We're starting to see a lot of changes going on. You know what I'm saying? People's not giving a shit anymore. You seen what's that chick name with the boobs, and she did the jeans commercial. Society is healing just a little bit. People's not giving a shit anymore. People don't care about people getting offended anymore. You know, people don't care if they're being called sexist or misogynist or homophobic or racist and shit no more. People are getting tired. So we are going to start seeing that shift slowly but surely. So how do you keep yourself motivated to complete a project? Oh, that's a good question. I want to answer that. I love questions like that. All right, for starters, how I keep myself motivated to do projects. For starters, man, you don't understand how much it helps for you to exercise and try to be healthy as possible. I go outside And now, like I've been starting my walks again, my 6-mile walks. I do every other day. And then between those days, I just started hitting the gym again. You don't understand how much walking does to you, or working out does to you, especially when you walk miles. It with your brain releases feel good hormones, and it allows your mind to relax, and it inspires you. So while I'm out walking, I'm always thinking about Venus Orion Comics. I'm always thinking about my Mugen Lord channel. I'm thinking about the future of Venus Orion Comics. I'm thinking about the future of my life and where I'm going to be in the next 5 and maybe 10 years and stuff like that. That's what keeps me motivated. I have a goal. And in order for you to be motivated, you got to have a goal. You got to have something that you're looking forward to. If you can't look, like a lot of people in life, they're walking around aimlessly. They don't have no vision. They have no goal. God said in the Bible that write your thoughts down on a stone tablet, which in our terms, a piece of paper or on your computer and stuff like that. A man without a vision shall perish. You got to have a vision. A lot of people are not motivated because they don't have a goal that they're trying to strive for. So you don't know where you're going. Like, how can you be excited for something, or how can you work towards something and be motivated about something if you have nothing to be motivated for? So you have to have a goal. And once you have that goal, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to hit that target. I learned in my entrepreneurship class in college, because I'm a business major. I had a business degree, a bachelor's degree. And even my professor said that your goal is just to have a target and to aim for it, but it's to send you into a direction. But targets and goals often shift, and it changes your path. You just need a goal and a direction to head for. But along the way, you're going to have other goals, or your goals are going to shift along the way. It's to keep you motivated. It's to keep you going. So you got to know what you want. But to get you motivated, work out, work your body out, get healthy. Those are the things that get you motivated. You got to get away. And I'm saying this to you because I'm also still saying this to myself. It's always a reminder to myself. You got to eliminate fast food, junk food, because that also messes with your hormones and the chemicals in your body. And that also switches off your motivation. So you have to change your lifestyle. That's what you have to change first. Change those things. Work on those things. Get disciplined. Take care of your body. Respect your body. And everything else will fall into place. So women sacrifice their families for their dreams. Yeah. Like the modern women today, and you can see it, it's all over YouTube, it's all over Twitter. Women are just divorcing and just ending families because they're not happy. Disney has fucked up a generation. I learned this when it comes to a woman. I want a loyal one. I pick love. Now, I pick loyalty over love. I want a woman to be loyal to me. And love comes second. Love is only an emotion. Love is only something that riles up inside you, and then eventually it goes away. And women have this idea that she's supposed to be happy 24/7. She don't want to go through the bumps and roads. There's going to be bumps and roads. And because of the family court system, because women have other avenues to make money and support herself, she don't have to rely on the man no more. So she's more willing to take that chance and leave a relationship because she can be independent. And this is the independence that women fought for. And because she have gotten this independence, and she feels though that, hey, I don't have to rely on a man. I don't need no man. Look at the situation we in now. We got more broken homes. We have more single mothers now because she's just going around. She's on her own. She's doing her own thing. Because before you had a check and balance. The father, if the daughter wanted to go on a date, or if the daughter wanted to have a boyfriend, like I told my daughter, like she's getting into boys. She's getting into boys. You know what I'm saying? Like she's at that age and stuff like that. And I told my daughter, before you even say you have a boyfriend, that motherfucker gotta come see me first. He has to come in, talk to me, shake my hand, or whatever. I need to fill this young man out, and I gotta meet his guardians. I gotta meet his parent or parents before anything, so I know what the hell is going on. I know what I'm dealing with, and I know what type of family they have. So if problems happen between my daughter and her son and their son, I'll be able to prepare for what the backlash or what the consequences is going to be, because you want to deal with the parents. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have that no more. Where the daughter is bringing her potential boyfriend to meet her dad, or to meet her uncles or her grandfather, or to meet the men in the family. We're not doing that no more, because that's misogyny and patriarchal and stuff like that. But that protected their daughters, so and stuff like that. So they won't be getting pregnant early and shit like that, and meeting the wrong dude that's slapping them upside their heads and beating them and abusing them and stuff like that. Because a man who truly loves your daughter, he's going to meet the father. He's willing to go through any type of obstacle when meeting the father and meeting the men of her family. He's willing to put himself through that. And when the father sees that he's willing to do that, that young man earns that father's respect. That's the test. But if a dude is doing everything in his power to not meet the father, not to meet the men of her life, or he disappears the moment she just say, hey, I want you to meet my father, and he disappears, then he had bad intentions to begin with. He had bad intentions. That was the balance. We don't have that no more. So your type must be similar to your characters. I guess you'll see some of the women. Like I said, in my comic books, you'll see. It's starting to seem impossible. Like, you start feeling like reality's kicking in, and there's no more time for going to the lab and locking in. Juri Han overshadowed Crimson Viper so badly that when the latter came back, she might as well be treated as a new character. I agree. There's comic writers who have kids. Yeah. How you feel about it? Yeah, I already said that already. Man. What Cook says. Favorite color is not black. How dare you? Yo, got a teaser on my third channel and my main channel. Okay. Well, go on the are you on the Discord, Akuma? If so, or go on my Twitter and shoot me the link to it. Dopamine it really does. Around store. What is your advice for someone who doesn't want to work? If you don't want to work, then you better be talented and motivated as hell to especially if you buy yourself in the loan and create a job of your own, create something. If you don't want to work, like, I would like to be financially well off. So if I do get in a relationship and have a woman who I may potentially marry or whatever like that, I wouldn't want her to work. But she also have to hold up her end of the deal if she doesn't work either. If she decides that she doesn't want to work. I'm old school. So if I want my woman to be a stay-at-home mom, stay-at-home wife, or whatever like that, she has to hold up her end of the deal too. And while she's home, she can start a business. I would prefer for her to start a business and do things and stuff around the house and start a business and stuff and keeps it all in the family and everything. I feel like seeing cars passing by, Rally. You'll have to work all your life. I'm eating an orange and got a burst of energy. Have you ever heard of a guy during Mugen days named Quicksilver? I think so. Or Charlito? I think so. I believe so. I usually do 3 miles on my days off. Gives me time. I don't do runs. Running actually in the long run fucks up your knees and your joints. Walking is much better. You actually lose. You have to walk longer, but it risks injuries and it risks exhaustion when you walk. When you walk, you have to walk longer to get the same amount of burn off compared to running. But I rather walk because I tried doing like 3 mile runs and stuff, and it exhausts me so much. The next day I don't even go to the gym. I don't do nothing, and now it takes away from my working out because now I'm taking a couple of days off because I'm exhausted as fuck. And since I'm exhausted, I don't even get any work done because I'm too exhausted. So I just do walks. It's been a hot minute since I've seen you, man. I hope. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Matt. Yeah. You'll see me more often. I'm streaming again Wednesday and Friday. So look forward to the streams and stuff. So I'm starting to eat less fast food and fast more, but it's challenging. Same with sugar. I strive to stay away. Yeah, well, I do intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting. I intermittent fast for 16 hours. The best time to do it is in the evening. Like you stop eating around like 6 or 7. So you sleep through the rest of the hours. So you start eating again around like 12 the next day in the afternoon or 1 o'clock and stuff. No offense, but that's exactly why I don't want a daughter. Man, oh man. I need a son. I definitely want a son, but I want another little girl. I want sons. I do want more daughters. A lot of young men are trading their masculinity for feminine privileges. Yeah, look how the system was set up. Nigga, because dudes are seeing like, yo, like just being a woman gets you this. Just by being a woman, you get this and you get that. And they see that, and now they're trying to mimic that, or they try to shape shift over and get those feminine and those feminine traits. And plus, like I said, we have a rampant number of single moms. So it's a lot of young men that's raised by single mothers. So that also has an impact too. And testosterone levels been going down for a very long time as well. Yo, what's up, Calvin? Would vampire killers play like Ninja Gaiden? That's a good question, Talcum. That's a good question. I like that question. Would you want? Just asking the question. Would you want Variant Colors, vampire killers to be like play like a Devil May Cry, or play like a Ninja Gaiden? Or would you want it to play more like would you like it to play more like an action RPG where you have additional characters that's like in your party and stuff like that? You can still do crazy combos and stuff, but you can switch between characters. Like you can switch to Kyo, you can switch to Strike, or whoever's in your party at any given time, or whatever like that. On as you're fighting and stuff, you can switch, and they're all on the field, so you can switch between them and stuff, and you can upgrade. You can learn different wave arts, and stuff like that, and you can equip your characters with accessories and stuff like that. So I don't know that I like to hear what your thoughts are on that. I currently am downloading Street Fighter 6 and almost finished. Dude, I got Street Fighter 6 on a PC installed, and I only played some of the World Tour thingy, and I still haven't played the actual game yet. And I had it since launch. Even then, you'll still have to work. In today's time, if you don't have skills, you're fucked. Yeah, like if you know that you're not trying to go into the corporate world or anything like that, then you better have something. You know what I'm saying? Start your own, build your own business, do something. You have to have something that you can contribute to society in order for you to make it. You have to work. But this is what I want to tell you. My advice is, if you're not going to work, or in a sense, when it comes to work smarter, not harder. You have to work smarter. Working smarter makes work much more fun, tolerable, and things like that. and also work on something or work in a field or anything that you know you're going to enjoy. Me being self-employed, all I do, like I said before, is just YouTube. My other big job thingy I do is my 3D hentai animation that makes me a lot of money. I also got the studio, so every once in a while I get hired to edit videos and all other kinds of stuff like that. So I got all kinds of avenues where I can get where I'm pulling in money. Now it would be nice if I become a big streamer in some sense, and that can be another source of income. But I take that money and I'm stacking that money because of that money I made, I started Venus Orion Comics. So I'm always taking money and I'm investing in something that's going to bring me back money. Now I'm also getting into real estate because the more money I make, once I lock my own homes in and have my own homes, start renting out houses and stuff like that, I'm set for life. So yes, I realized that I can't work under people. I can't, especially incompetent people. I worked at Wendy's. I was a security guard. I did the restaurant business for a minute as a food runner, bus boy, and stuff like that. And I hate authority. I hate working underneath incompetent people and assholes. You know what I'm saying? So, that's why I made it my goal to never have to work for anybody. That's why I made it my goal for that. Interesting question. What is my favorite hentai category? I don't really, and here's the thing. I make hentai, but I don't really watch hentai. If that makes sense. I make 3D hentai. And when you ask me about category, and that's the fun part, that's the funny part. I don't really have a category in particular because I don't watch it. I'm a foot fetish guy. So it would be foot fetish like category, but there's not a lot of that in hentai as far as animation are concerned. But you do got like the foot fetish, like doujinshis and mangas and stuff like that. But as I said before, I don't really read that stuff. And I don't really watch hentai. I make it, like I said, like my 3D hentai is like my niche is foot fetish. Like even though I have other categories that I do make, but all my movies always going to have some type of foot fetish, like foot worship, foot jobs, all kinds of stuff. You always going to get that in my hentai stuff, and that's why I make money is because it's an outlet for a lot of people who can't get that or who can't find that in mainstream hentai, because it's always been a joke, it's a meme and everything. Like the foot fetish community is always looked down upon. And you got all these weird other fetishes out there, but for some strange reason, foot guys like myself always get hate from the fetish community. Always get a lot of hate, seen as weird, and all these other things. But you got all these other crazy ass fetishes out there. But if I was to pick a category, it would be foot fetish, and then it would be paizori, which is breasts, like tit jobs and stuff like that. I think that's the only two. That's the only two categories. Yo, what's up? LG, what's going on, man? He said I made screen packs as a kid back in the days. Quicksilver is the name I went by. Your content always inspired me. Yeah, I think I know who Quicksilver. Yeah, I think I may have downloaded. Dude, it's been what? 16 years, 17 years since I started as Mugen Lord, 16, 17 years or something like that. So it's so many people that I met or content creators or people who made resources for Mugen that I've encountered or maybe used their resources and stuff like that for like screen packs and stuff. I know Quicksilver looks familiar. But anyway, welcome to the stream, fellow Mugen fellow Mugen member and stuff. Glad to have you in here, man. I'm glad I was able to inspire you in some way. I think I inspired a lot of people and it started a lot of people off in Mugen because Mugen, when it comes to communities, when it comes to communities, it can be really hard to navigate. Mugen was one of them. How do you start? Where do you look? And when it came to a lot of these Mugen communities and forums, their tutorials was ass. And it was really hard to navigate. So I wanted to make it my mission to be like a that gateway to get you into Mugen. So that's why I did Mugen tutorials. And it all started with my friend Sir Science. He was the one that showed me how to install characters and all these other things. Once I learned things from him, I wanted to pass that knowledge on to you guys. So it got to the point where I started surpassing Sir Science, my friend in college at the time. I surpassed him when it came to like Mugen content creation and stuff like that. But I wanted to be like, people called me the Maximilian a long time ago of Mugen, or they called me the Black Maximilian. I was that gateway into Mugen for a lot of people. And in fact, a lot of my tutorials are still getting comments till this day. A lot of my old tutorials from 16 to 17 years ago are still getting comments, and people are still viewing it to this day because it's still relevant to this day. That's called evergreen content. And as a content creator, as a YouTuber, you want to be able to create evergreen content where it has no expiration date, because it can always gain views. It can always become popular overnight, and it can slow down, and it can shoot back up again and stuff like that. But I was that gateway into Mugen, and I enjoyed every last bit of it, and because I understand the frustrations of trying to get into something and you don't know where to start, and you look for help and the people won't help you, or the people who do know what they're doing, they're just not good teachers, and they don't know how to really break it down. So I wanted to be that person that was able to help in some way. And it was a blessing. It got me where I'm at now. Because when I used to jog, that shit would give me bubble guts when I got home. How the hell that happens? Like, was you drinking anything? Doing bicycle is better than running, since you are doing the same motion without fucking up your joints. True. I'm on keto. Lost 10 pounds in 2 weeks trying to be cut and all. Oh, awesome, man. Sent the video on your Discord, non-general. I'll check it out, Akuma, when I get a chance. If you're a woman just trying to do some reactions on YouTube, maybe anime reactions, all three would be good. Let's talk about Jake Pierce. Is that new look showing? And his yeah. All right, we'll talk about that. It's so many things I gotta talk about. So many things we gotta talk about. Huh? In case it seems much more appropriate as an action RPG. Yeah. I want it to be more of an action RPG. I will have like other type of games that would be like a Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry and other genres, like from other comic series. But I would like for VK to be like an action RPG and stuff, because like I said, once you read the comic and once you start getting introduced to more characters and how set things up, you're like, oh man, yeah, this is like an RPG in some sense or whatever like that. You'll see. Yeah, Landon, we'll get to that in a second. We'll talk about that in a second. I gotta catch up with some stuff. Now, Code asked me about the Rampage Jackson situation. I said, did you hear about the Lady Death game? No. Have you ever heard of Expedition? Have you ever played? I got the game. I still haven't opened it yet. I bought it on launch day. Does Jake's guns have names? No, they don't have names because he don't keep those same guns. He's like my Punisher. We'll talk about that in a second. Then maybe RPG cross attack mechanics where you combine your attacks with her partner to do specials. Was a society of new warriors? The real question is, would you want your game to be stylized like Spider-Verse or Cell Shade? Would you want to be No, my games will be stylized. I'm not going for the realism look. I'm not going to say that I won't ever do the realism look, but no, my games are going to be stylized. Now, Cell Shade, I'm getting tired of Cell Shade. It's overused, but it will be stylized for sure. And it's still going to look good, but it will be stylized. Like this whole realism stuff, and trying to see my characters look more realistic. My characters weren't designed that way. Now, if another company said, "Hey, we'd like to do a game based on your property and stuff like that," and they wanted to go with that, then fine. As long as I can oversee it or be on like as an advisor or something like that. But me, I would love to have a stylized, love my stuff to be stylized more than anything. Speaking of 3D hentai, have you been learning more and more? Yeah, I've been learning a little bit of Blender here and there, but if you didn't know, my computer, my RTX 2080 had died on me. So I've been without a computer for over a week. That's why you haven't seen any videos. You haven't seen anything from me. I wasn't even posting on Twitter much. But yeah, my computer was done. So I hit my computer guy up and everything. And I wanted to go with the 4000 series, but these cars are super expensive, man. So I just upgraded to the 3080 for now. But I plan on building a new rig, having another rig built next year, where it's going to have a high end, more relevant, recent graphics card, processor, and everything. So I'll have two rigs. I have this rig right here, and then have my new boy, and that's going to be strictly for Blender. I'm learning Vertimate for virtual 3D hentai. I'm learning that now. And I'm also trying Daz 3D. I'm trying to learn different 3D programs altogether and stuff. I'm just trying to learn the different tools and stuff. But yeah. So when I get that big boy, that new rig, that's what's going to be for fast render times and everything. In real estate. Damn. Yeah, I mean, my dad is in real estate. My dad is building me up to it. I mean, my dad owned like 4 houses. What made you want to do the 3D thing to begin with? What made me want to do it? Good question. 1 second. I got it. My food getting cold as hell, man. What made me want to do the 3D hentai is while I was in college. Because I didn't even know that foot fetish hentai existed. Or whatever. And I was in college. I went back. That's when I went back to college after I had my daughter and everything. And I went back to finish college. So I went back to college, to Mansfield University. And when I went back there, I don't know. I was doing some research. I was like, do hentai got like foot fetish stuff? I was just curious. Found out about it. That's how I discovered Source Filmmaker. I didn't even know that there was 3D hentai. Never heard of it. I never knew it exists until I started doing some digging. Found out about it, and I was going through looking for, like, I see all these different type of categories for like hentai as far as animations are concerned. But I was like, yo, like, where's the foot fetish animations? Where like where's that stuff at? They have none. They're either GIFs or just in picture form, or they don't have anything at all. So I was like, what? So what set me on the path was when, let me see. So what set me on the path was one day I wanted to commission, it was one of my favorite artists, hentai artists. And the way he designs his characters, his original characters, and the way he draws the feet and stuff, like great detail, some of the best anime feet I've ever seen, like the way he draws them and stuff like that. So I wanted to commission him to do an animation, a foot job animation of Juri Hein, because that's Juri Hein. This is Street Fighter V, Juri Hein. And what happened was I asked him, because he was open, he had like an extra slot open. And it's hard because like the moment he opens up a commission, it's hard. It's hard to like book something because people fill it up so fast. So I got lucky. Got in there, and I asked him, he asked me what my request was, and I was like, I'd like for you to do like an animated Juri Hein foot job scene. And he turned it down because he said he's not in the feet stuff. He thinks it's weird. And then he took my post and he put it out there for everybody to see. So everybody's making fun of me and stuff like that. So I found that kind of rude, and I liked his work. So it was kind of like he was an asshole. I was like, damn, really? He put me on blast like that. So people made fun of me. And you know me, like I'm the type of person, like if someone else won't do it, then I'm gonna do it my damn self. That's the type of person I am. When I want to do something, I'm going to do it. So when he wouldn't do that for me, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll start making my own foot fetish hentai stuff. I'll start making my own. So that's when I found out about 3D hentai and the animations and stuff. I was like, what programs are you using? I never heard of Source Filmmaker before. So what the fuck are they using? Like how? Like I'm seeing Street Fighter characters. I'm seeing Overwatch. This is where Overwatch just got popular. This is where Overwatch just came out and stuff like that. So this is where the Overwatch hentai started coming out. I'm like, how is he making this stuff? Like, what is it? Like, how? So that's why I went on the internet and I was looking for 3D animated programs. And that's when this forbidden forum that's called The Garden, the Mods Garden, created by these two Russians. I think they were, called White Rabbit. And what they did was they hacked this program called Sex Villa, 3D Sex Villa, where you can create your own hentai animations and stuff. They hacked it, but they have modifications where you can upgrade the visuals. They add all these new features that the corporate version doesn't have, because the corporate version is ripping people off. It has it has minimum features, but it has a subscription service and it's ripping people off. But they hacked it, made a free version of it, and you can modify it, do all kinds of things, and it became much better than the corporate version of it. So once I got introduced to that community, I started doing some digging, and just like Mugen, the tutorial sucked. How the pose editor, no one could teach you how to use it, and then those who were good at it kept the information and knowledge close to their heart and wouldn't share it with nobody. I was going through that. Like, I'm trying to steal your secrets. No, just all I need you to do is point me in the right direction, and I can take the rest from here. So I was going through that. So I had to learn through trial and error. And the rest was history. I became Zalis. That's my alias for the hentai community. Got a pretty big, that following on it's really big, really big. But I started it. And as I said, I was learning while I was in college, but I really stepped my game up once I graduated from college, where I had a hard time getting a job at the college, despite my business degree. So I took the last $250 in my bank account, upgraded a new whatever the graphics card was at that time. I upgraded it, and so I could get the mod to upgrade the visuals for the TK17, the club. And from there, I created my first movie. My first movie, when it comes to hentai, more specifically 3D hentai, Fuda is really popular. So my first movie was a Fuda female video, because I don't do the Fuda stuff. I do Fuda female stuff as my break-in point. I got in there, released Fudanary Fantasy. That was like my first debut as 3D Hentai Beauties, which is the name and the company that I have for my 3D hentai stuff. And that movie made me $700 in one day, and it capped off around like $1,500. And right away I said, I better make the next movie. Then the next movie I made within a day, $1,000, and it just kept going from there. And that's how I was able to get my daughter in private school. I was able to buy my first car. Then that's when Pornhubs came to me. They wanted me to get onto their program, their partnership program. Then I got on Pornhubs, and I already had old videos on there. But once I got into the program, they told me I could monetize those videos, and those videos been around for like 3 years. So the next day I looked at my account, they gave me additional money. It was around almost over 10K. So yeah, I got that in a week. So yeah, I just kept making money and stuff like that. And you see all this stuff, Venus Orion Comics, it was all because of the hentai. All because of the hentai. I'm not going out buying jewelry and all this expense. No, I took that money, I'm investing it. I'm investing in it. So it can constantly make me money. So one day I can walk away from this. I don't want to do this hentai stuff forever, but it's my bread. It's one of my bread and butters, one of them. And it makes a lot of money. I can't walk away from it. I want to get to the point where my streaming supersedes my hentai. Then I can start slowing down on. I can start somewhat slowing down on it. I still want to create some hentai. I enjoy it and stuff. But I don't want to keep doing it for the rest of my life, hentai. But it makes so much money and allow Venus Orion Comics to be a thing. That arcade machine, my PS5, my Switch 2, all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I hate authority. You and me, brother. That's why I'm a mechanical engineer that only do contract work. Yeah, I love being my own boss. I don't like working for people. I don't. Why all the girl boss movie flops so much? I don't like how they did. Oh wow, hair tips. I did a video on that. Yes, my hair is real. My hair is real. Hair tips. If you're black, I'll say this. I tell a lot of you guys. I tell a lot of people who are black. The secret behind your growth, your hair growth. For one, black people, us, our hair dries. We have dry hair. We're not like white people. We're not like Hispanic or Asian people. We're not like them. We can't lay on our hair. And when you start growing out your hair, you can't lay on your hair because it breaks. So when I turn this camera off, I put my bonnet back on. I'm always in a bonnet. I take the bonnet off when I go out. My bonnet comes off when I'm on my stream. I look like somebody's auntie when I threw this on. So you gotta protect your hair because your hair will damage by laying on it. It breaks. So when you're black, you have to keep that in mind. You're not white. You're not anybody else or any other type of racial group when it comes to hair. Our hair is very sensitive. It will break if you lay on it. So if you're trying to get braids, you're trying to grow up and get dreads and all those type of things, you have to take care of your hair. Our hair, because of our biology, us being black and our melanin and stuff like that, our skin, our melanin is what blocks the sun. It protects us from the sun, essentially. And it also affects our hair. Our hair gets really, really dry. So us black people gotta moisture. We always gotta keep our hair moist. Gotta keep it moist. If it doesn't, it breaks, it cracks, your scalp, everything. So keep that in mind. The best things to put in your hair is natural stuff like coconut oil, olive oil, and things like that. And also, don't wash your hair every day. You kill all the proteins in your hair when you're washing your hair all the time. I wash my hair at least 3 times, at least once or twice a month. And my hair never gets dirty is because it's always in a bonnet. My hair is always in a bonnet. When it's not laying on anything, it's always protected. So when I get my hair done this weekend, that'll be like the first time since last month, the first or second time since last month since I washed my hair. Because when you wash your hair, you kill all the proteins in your hair, and that's the proteins that's in your hair is what gives you hair growth. So every time I get my hair done, I grow more hair. Right now, I have to cut my ends and stuff like that. But the longer you go, as long as you take care of your hair, you protect your hair and stuff like that, without washing your hair, it grows even more. He said, "Dude, I just got here, and people are talking about their fetishes. You came in late. Like we talking about all kinds of stuff. Your timing is just bad. Food is still cool. There's a lot of food have estrogen in it. That too. Kind of wanted to start with Fighter Factory to make my own character at one point. Yeah, that's what made me quit tutorials after a while. Because I did a character. I was starting. People was waiting for this series. I was doing a Fighter Factory tutorial. Show you how to create a character. I had part 1, and my laptop at the time caught a mad virus and lost everything, even my screen pack that I was working on. And I just like, you know what? I'm done. It was a lot of work. Now I use moving characters for my animations now. That's cool. If foreign countries try to invade, we're screwed. Yep. So I'm just chilling right now, doing nothing. Do you get inspired by the works of Christine Winston Chandler? Who's that? I don't know who that is. Yeah, tell me who that is, Vladimir. So like Final Fantasy 15 then for VK? Nah, more like Final Fantasy 7 remake, but better. But watch Tubi all day. Well, not all day. when work, realism all age hardly in games. Yeah, stylized always last. Go for style as well. The obsession with the platform. What's your obsession with platform heels? Is it because it makes women taller? That's a good question. I don't know. That's the thing about, especially with foot fetish. I have a shoe fetish, foot fetish, leg fetish. That's all that encompasses the feet, the legs, the thighs, from the waist on down. That's my fetish. That's where the fetish at. I don't know why. It just developed when I was a kid. My fetish developed when I was a kid. Speaking of these kinds, how the gives go, it's all good. It didn't go as planned. Yeah, no one. I couldn't get nobody. I couldn't get nobody. Like I said, I have to, in order for it to bring people in. I have to keep pushing. I have to expand my audience. Like I said, one comic book, this one book is not going to do it. This one book is not going to do it. I have to build a catalog of books. I have to be doing this longer than when I'm doing it right now. One book is not going to pull enough people in. So that's why with chapter two is going to be, like I said, 74 pages. It's going to have a big marketing campaign to get people excited for it. Like I said, I'm going to more cons and stuff like that. But as I said before, I haven't drawn enough people yet. And if you look at my new video, I did a new video talking about the challenges of being an indie comic creator. The thing is trying to make people you can have a good story, you can have all the stuff you want, but people need to know that it exists. A lot of people still don't know this exists. Yeah, it was a successful campaign and stuff like that, but the challenge is bringing awareness of Very Odd Colors, Vampire Killers, and Venus Orion comics. And it's a challenge to it. And in order for me to fight this challenge, I have to step up my online presence, my streaming presence, and I have to build an audience and of people who are interested. Like I said, my Mugen Lord channel is more so people came here for my culture war stuff. People came here for my gaming stuff. Not a lot of people's not into comics. People love anime, people love manga, but they're not heavily into it. So my Mugen Lord channel is not going to be the thing that's going to pull people in. I have to pull people that wants this, that reads comic books, that reads manga. It's a hobby to them. That's all they do. You know what I'm saying? So, like, for instance, everybody's gamers. People will most likely pick up the game of VK before they pick up the book of VK. You get what I'm saying? But if I start building a comic audience that buys comics, that reads mangas and stuff like that, when I release this, people are going to pick it up because this is what they do. You know what I'm saying? So I have to do that. But I do suggest. I gotta eat real quick. Hold up, guys. Matter of fact, don't go anywhere, guys. I gotta eat this dinner. It's getting cold. But don't go anywhere. Almost done. Do not go anywhere. I'll be right back. crap. I'm about to put the loop on. Hold up, guys. Almost done. I'm about to put the loop on. right, I'm back, guys. All right, so we're gonna talk about Jake Pierce for a second. Talk about Venus Orion Comics for a second. A code. We're gonna talk about the Rampage Jackson, Raja Jackson's topic on Friday, because Friday we can have a real talk discussion, because with the Raja Jackson thing, I want to be able to bring up clips and footage that we can talk about and stuff like that. I want to really get into like a deep conversation and stuff. You know how we do things when we normally have our Friday stream, that we stream on Friday and stuff. We have our late night talks and stuff like that. So I want to save it for that. Yes, let me bring up this Jake Pierce and Venus Orion Comics and stuff for a second in a bit. Let me just look over these comments real quick. Depends if you're not making absolutely fuck ton of money into where companies start paying attention to, and you'll be fine. I was interested in the Spider-Verse movie, the latest one, until the main actor decided to be creeping on his co-host. I wouldn't say creeping. I just think he has no riz. I wouldn't say creeping. I can't remember his name. I don't know the name of him. Oh, you know who's an asshole in real life though? The guy who played Miles Morales in the Spider-Man games. We met him. Was it Geekdom Con or was it Liberty? It was at Liberty Comic Con last year. He's an asshole. He's a fucking asshole. And a lot of the kids that went to go see him, they walked away crying. For starters, the motherfucker came in the place, the whole place. I didn't even know it was him, because I never met him. I never seen him before. But he was at Liberty Comic Con last year, and I remember him. He walked in, and I remember the whole place started smelling like weed. I'm like, why the fuck it smell like weed in here? He came in with his crew, with his bags and everything, because he was in the back where the voice actors are at and stuff. He comes in, his pants sagging down off his ass, and the whole place, the soon he walked by, it just smelled like weed. And he went there, and then he left early. Now, I think it was the owner or the staff was there. It's like, yo, where the fuck did he go? Like he just came and went and left. And you had kids there that was waiting to meet him, and they the one kid walked away crying and everything. And he was also upset the fact is that he didn't get a huge turnout. Like he was like very arrogant and stuff like that. Like a lot of people didn't come and see him and stuff. He didn't get like a huge turnout, and everything. It was just like dude was an asshole. When to remind you of Raja Jackson's situation. Have you watched the indie movie Days of Destruction? Nope, never heard of it. Have you ever watched Mugen storylines on YouTube? Well, I made Mugen storylines. That was that's what I was known for, was my Mugen storylines and my Mugen tutorials and stuff like that. Of course, my Mugen dream matches that I made, but it was the storylines that I did. You have to convince people and tell them that is the next. This is the next blade. This here. It's sick. With you, will you ever bundle your comic with your games as a limited? Oh yeah. I can't really talk too much because it's gonna spoil everything. So I do have plans when it comes to gaming and stuff like that. There will be some characters. There will be some side characters who won't have comics first. They will have a game and then a comic. If that makes sense, because that character will be a jumping board to bring in new people, and then it will lead them back to the comics as well if they're interested. And because since they're already a side character in this particular series, it's going to bring them into the series itself and everything like that. So, have you guys seen Mega Man X games? No, yeah, I think I did. How come you talking about mine? He said my number 9. Okay, fuck it. What's your tag for finding your hentai, man? I need to see this. What do you mean? What's my tag to find? You mean like type it in tags to find hentai? I don't really have any tags. I really don't, because I don't, like I said, I make hentai, but I don't watch hentai. Like I make it, but I don't really watch it. If I am watching it, I'm using it as research material for my animation. Like if there's like a particular plot line that I like, or a setup that I like, or a position and stuff like that, then I will go watch a particular scene and then like, okay, I like to replicate something like that, or there's something that I can pull from that, or what I did to make my But it's rarely that it's really that I do. So no, bro, I was talking about in actual fan games. What if you need a really good Mega Man and Gumball person, it'd be goated. I got you. Okay, let's see. All right, cool. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about the whole Rampage Jackson thing. We definitely going to talk about that on Friday. We're going to actually talk about a lot of other things, but the Rampage Jackson thing I want to really talk about. And like I said, tomorrow's a school day. My daughter's first day going back to school, so I'm not trying to because I will be all day with it. What's your favorite female character from Dead or Alive? Well, Kasumi. I was a Kasumi main. I picked Kasumi, Christy, Tina. I had one more character. Christy, Kasumi, Tina. Who was my? I think I had did I have a fourth character? Or were they the only three? I think it was the only three characters I really played. No, like your name. Like, do you have an alternate name? Yeah, I said Zalis. Here. I got a Twitter and everything. And 3D Hentai Beauties is my work. You can find. I got a Patreon. Matter of fact, here's my Patreon. I'll give you my Patreon and my clip store if you're interested in this stuff. 1 second. Yeah. One second. All right, cool. Yeah, here's my Patreon. And here's my clip store. Here's my clip store. And the website where you can get my content as well. So I feel it's a fetish. Like I can't help it. It's some things you just can't help. See, a lot of people say why feet because a lot of y'all motherfuckers not around women who actually got pretty feet. Like I don't play that shit. I don't like fat looking feet. I don't like stubby looking toes. I don't like long toenails or long toes and stuff like that. It's the shape. It's like it's hard to explain. Like it's hard to explain the fetish and stuff. It's the shape of the feet and everything like that. But I don't like any kind of feet. And in fact, the worst part about a fetish, especially the foot fetish, is if a woman's feet is so damn hideous, it literally wanted to make me vomit. And to tell a woman's how well kept her feet is, also look at her hands. Her hands will give you an indication of her feet too. Look at her fingernails. Look at her hand. Look at her hands. You'll get a pretty good indication of her feet just by looking at her hands as well. But yes, the worst thing about having a foot fetish is that it's like your disgust amplifies even more. It does. Like hideous looking feet makes you like you look. Brie Larson feet, bro. Oh, Jesus Christ. I couldn't, dude. I really wanted my stomach literally wanted to turn over. And I was about to like barf and stuff like that. Like when it comes to my foot fetish too, I don't care how beautiful she looks. I don't care. She got a nice ass, nice tits. I don't care. If her feet is done, if her feet is dogged, I'm good. I'm good, bro. If her feet is done, is dogged out. And when it comes to fingernail polish and toenail polish, I don't like red. Red makes women's fingernails look unattractive, and red makes women's toes look unattractive to me. I don't like red. So a lot of women I've been with, they don't put red. They don't ever use red. Because the women I've been with, they love to have a foot fetish. Because I mean, they massage their feet and all kinds of other stuff. We get all kinds of other foot play that we get into. They like that stuff. So it also gives them attention and stuff. So it's a win-win for them. But all the women I've been with take care of their feet. Got nice, pretty looking feet. Like the type of this so clean, so well kept that you just want to suck on them. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. It's hard to explain. Like I said, it developed when I was young. It developed when I was a kid. Definitely, so there's a list. Dear Live only care about my ninjas. So what I'm trying to say is it's nothing wrong as long as they aren't weird about it. Yeah. Now this is the thing. A lot of dudes who do have foot fetishes, they always ask me because, like I said, like niggas know. Niggas seen the women I've been with and stuff and everything. So niggas be asking me like, yo, dude, like, because there's a lot of guys who have foot fetishes but are so afraid. And they actually get anxiety trying to come out. It's like coming out of the closet for some reason and tell the woman that they like or the girl that they like they have a foot fetish. But yes, a lot of them do come off as weird or they come off as super thirsty about it. Like I'm like there's a lot of chicks that didn't even know that I have a foot fetish because I'm not weird about it. Like I'm not acting weird or anything about it or whatever like that. And what makes it funny is that women set it up so easy how it gets into my fetish and stuff because she will either, for some strange reason, they care, like when I'm with a chick, she cares about, you know, how she look when she's with me and stuff like that. And she'll, like, if she comes around me and her toes happen to be out, like because she's wearing open toe shoes or something like that, or sandals or flip flops and stuff. And while we're sitting there having a conversation, we'll talk while we're talking and stuff. She'll look down at her feet and she'll just talk about she just got her toes done or whatever like that and her feet, and that opens the doorway right there for me to come in and just comment on it and stuff like that. And in fact, when I compliment her feet or her toes and stuff like that, that intrigues her because there's not a lot of guys talk about how pretty their feet are and stuff like that and everything. And then that's what gets them going. That's get them talking more and more about it or whatever like that. And it becomes fun banter because now like she start picking my brain about it and stuff like that. Because this one chick, once she overheard my conversation with this one chick or whatever like that about, you know, feet or whatever like that. And I noticed that the next time she made sure that she started wearing heels or shoes and stuff like that that had her toes exposed and stuff because she wanted me to see and stuff. So it's like it's fun. I love it. I love, especially when a woman plays into it and it's playful banter and she's playing along with it and stuff. I like that. It makes it even more fun and it turns me on even more. But if you ask if you can go down on her, she's fine with it, but that's still a fetish. So I had to do nails when I was a kid, so I'm not a feet guy. I had to do so many fat diabetic feet. Yeah, that can ruin it. But like I said, like most fetishes form when you're young. And it came from my my babysitter. It came from my babysitter. I was young, I'll say that. And she was a teenager. She was in high school and I was real young. So I remember times where I won't say her name, but when my parents sometimes used to go out and she lived across the street from us. Oh, I had a big crush on her or whatever. And she used to go to this Catholic school up the street. I love schoolgirl uniforms because I love sometimes they wear pantyhose or I love the socks or the stockings that they wear and stuff like that. I love schoolgirl uniforms. Yeah, she went to the Catholic school up the street. So when my parents used to have her sometimes like babysit us, she used to come straight over with her school uniform on. She said, yeah, she used to come home with her school uniform, and when she used to watch us, she always used to get on the phone, talking to her friends from school and stuff. And she always used to have her stockings on and everything. And she used to plop her feet up on the sofa and stuff. I don't know why, but I used to just stare at her feet or whatever like that. My babysitter or whatever. And I do not know why. I just kept staring at it and stuff like that. And then I remember one time, then I used to sit like on the floor near her feet or whatever like that. And I remember one time, like, she was on the phone and then she was laughing and stuff. And I remember, like, sometimes she used to play with me and she used to take her foot and then, like, push it against my head and stuff like that, just playing around with me. She has no idea what it's doing to me or whatever like that. But yeah, and then it just kept going. It just got the fetish it just took over as I started getting older and stuff like that. But yeah, let's get back. Let me get to this real quick. For starters, my Mugen Lord channel. If you're interested and you like, because there's a lot of people who don't know I have a channel. They know I have a Twitter, but don't know I have a channel. I don't know how, because the profile, the links and everything is in my it's in my Twitter. And even when I share my YouTube videos, I post a link to it, and people still don't know that I have a YouTube channel. I don't know how that works, but yeah. he said you're evil, nigga. Then like, girl asked me to massage her feet. Yeah, and that's what happened with my babysitter. After a while, she would ask, you know, like, to massage her feet and stuff, but she's not thinking. She's just talking on her phone, on our house phone and stuff like that. And yeah, not knowing that I'm getting excited and stuff. But that's when I was young. That's where it started. That's where it started from. That's what it started. That's what it started from. And then that guy, yeah, that was him. Yeah. And then when my mom was a hairstylist a long time ago, so my mom had a lot of clients. So this one woman used to come by and do my mom used to style her hair and stuff. So she had a daughter that's the same age as me. Was the same age as me. And she had her school uniform on, and she used to play. We all used to go upstairs and play. We all used to go upstairs and play and stuff like that. And she pretty much became like a normal person that would come. Like, her mom was a standard client, so we used to see her a lot. And I remember the time she came in the evening, and we all would play and stuff up in the room. And I remember we used to play in the dark, turn the lights off and stuff. And yeah, we used to be and we was all in the blankets and stuff. And I think that she knew about my foot fetish or like that, because of like I said, we used to play around and stuff like that. And she used to like kick me with her foot with like that. And I used to grab it and play with her feet over like that. But I remember that one time, yeah, we was in the blankets in the dark and stuff. And I think that's when she knew. She definitely had to know, because we was all cuddled up and stuff, playing around in the dark and stuff. And I noticed while we was in the dark, that's when I noticed that she kept riding her foot on me or whatever like that. And yeah, it got kind of naughty and stuff like that. And she wouldn't say nothing about it. She would look at me, and every time we used to get in situations like that. The discussion. No, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it Friday, Landon. We're gonna do it Friday. We said the discussion. Yeah, we're gonna do it Friday, because that's gonna be our late night discussions, where we're gonna get into some deep stuff or whatever like that. So when I was typing about Mugen stories, I meant dialogue scenarios and all that. That story called Mugen Legends by Person Dude. I wish you to see it if you got time. Mugen stories. I meant dialogue scenarios and all. Yeah, I did Mugen. I had Mugen videos with stories and stuff like that. If that's what you're talking about, I used to have that on my channel. I was like, all right. So yes, so that's my YouTube channel. Go check that out. And then of course, Striking KOTs. This is our t-shirt business for my brothers. We stationed in Philadelphia. We got our own studio where we have our own steam press machines. We make custom t-shirts and designs. We can design and we can put any design on the t-shirt. We don't only just put them on t-shirts, we also put them on hats, mugs, wallets, mouse pads. We pretty much do it all, man. We got to get a sticker machine to start making stickers next as well. But definitely check this out on this site. On this site, you also get a discount as a first-time buyer. I think it's like $5 off or 5% off or something like that. I can't remember. I think it's $5 off, I think. And definitely check it out. And of course, I also have a Venus Orion Comics newsletter. I suggest that you get on this newsletter because with this newsletter right here, it's free. It costs you nothing. It keeps you up to date with everything that's going on with Venus Orion Comics, especially with behind the scenes. Also, I will send out discount codes for my online store at times, so you can be able to get discounts on merchandise and other items. And of course, it's free. It costs you nothing, and you get free wallpapers when I send out the newsletter. You know what I'm saying? So definitely check it out. It costs you nothing. I already posted a link in the description. And then, as I said before, when it comes to merchandise or whatever, like I said, I have a go back over here. Here's the tumbler, my Hezekiah Draven tumbler. Love this thing. And we got different characters that we will also have more characters. We have Isaiah Draven, Hezekiah Draven. We have a Varian Keller himself, and we also have Caleb Draven. And we'll definitely be having Jasmine Mitchell. We'll have Tech Lock, and we'll have the whole gang. So you'll be able to collect them as well. And there's a lot of other things that we want to that I'm also going to promote in other collections that we're going to have and everything. And just for those who missed out on the campaign for Varian Keller Vampire Killers Chapter 1, as I said before, those who backed the campaign and when we reach our stretch goals, you got the Jasmine Mitchell, Tech Lock, and you got Nolan Brett keychains. Those are rare. So those versions of those keychains, you'll never be able to get those again. So there's people who collected all the keychains for that campaign. So they got Young Rav, they got Hezekiah, they got Isaiah, they got Caleb, they got Varian, and then they got the other ones. They got Jasmine Mitchell, Nolan Brett, and Tech Lock. So yes, so if you missed out on the campaign, you missed out on those three versions of those keychains. Now, I'm not saying that there would never be a Jasmine Mitchell keychain and stuff ever again. No, but that version won't be available ever again. So those who missed out on those rare opportunities, when I do my second campaign for Chapter 2, there will be a new set of keychains that I will have. That's going to be very rare or whatever like that. So if those who like to collect, don't miss out on that. Don't miss out on that. So now, to talk about the website for a little bit, and then we can be able to get out of here. For starters, let me go put this back up. VenusOrion.com. This is my Venus Orion. That buys merch or for us to steer at Breland. Yeah, so VenusOrionComics.com. This is the website for Venus Orion Comics. You can go definitely check it out. There's a lot here that you can be able to browse around and check. We got news and updates, so you can be able to check out everything that's here that we have. We finally made it to a new page, so we got page 2 now. So things are coming along. The goal is to try to update the website every month. We didn't upload anything on August was because I had a con to go to, and I wanted to be able to put all my information up in one time, because I'm only able to update unless there's some critical information or some need to know information right away. Then I will update it again within the same month. But I'll try to update at least once a month. So when you see the word new, that means this is new. It's new for the month. And then the new will go away the next month because something else new comes in. So yes, this is new for this month. So you can definitely go check that out. And as I said before, you could, when new comics come out, you better check out the comics, like the details of the comics and stuff like that, like the Variant Killers, Vampire Killers, VK. You can check that. You can check out the trailer and stuff, and just give you the like a little synopsis. And there will be more added to this as more and more things release for Variant Killers. So this is not just a simple page. It gets bigger and bigger as more content start to come out for Variant Killers, Vampire Killers. And also, as I said before, you go to the shop. Here's the limited items that we have now for the shop. You have the physical comic, which is $16, the digital comic, which is $5, and then you have the exclusive store cover, which the store cover is exclusive to the store, which is $20. And then here's the shirts that we have for Venus Orion Comics and also Variant Killers, Vampire Killers. Right now, I have a discount on the items. So if you get a chance, grab these items while you can, while they're discounted right now. Definitely go check it out. But what we're going to talk about right now is the Paragons of Fate. Like once a month, I would like to upload a new Paragon. The Paragons of Fate, these are like the characters of my universe. And they're not just heroes. There will be villains. There will be like supporting characters, NPCs. So this gives you background knowledge of characters and everything. So definitely when you click on these characters, it brings up their page for you to go check out their backstories and everything like that. Got their stats. And this gives you like the beginning parts, like some of the things that they're capable of. This is not everything, but it's just to give you a synopsis of what they're capable of. So you get a chance to know the characters before you actually get a chance, before their comic books release or when they finally make their official appearance in these books and everything. So as I said before, when you see the new marker, that means this is new. So what we have, the new character for this month is the man himself, the vigilante, Jake Pierce. And Jake Pierce, he's pretty much the Punisher of my universe. That's what he pretty much is, but there's more to him. And let's just put it this way. You see this right here? Like I said, when I do pictures, everything is done for a reason. So let's just say this picture that's in back of Jake Pierce is just a hint. There's more to Jake Pierce. So he's not just a simple Punisher. There's more to him. And I can't wait for you guys to be able to explore who he is. He will have his own comic book series. Jake Pierce comic will take place 2 years before the events of VK. So as you start reading VK and everything, and then once Detective Bertelli mentions Jake Pierce to Hezekiah Draven or whatever like that, that's when you'll see we'll have his book. I'll have his book ready, or his book will be in development, and it will show you his backstory. And there's some relevance to this. But this takes place before VK. The story before VK starts up. This takes place. No, he doesn't fight vampires or anything or whatever, but it's still, as I said, this is a shared universe. And Jake Pierce takes place in Neo-Delphia. So there's some things that will relate and connect to VK in a sense. But yes. So I'm gonna read through his stats in a second, but let me see. He said, was Jake a veteran in the old version? Yes, he was a soldier. He was a soldier. In the original, but now he's much more fleshed out, because when I first came up with Jake Pierce, all I had was like a baseline of like a blueprint or of what I want him to be. It seems like Varys is more associated with. This is why Cook is my nigga. Like his observation. How can I say it? You might be on to something, but a wave signature is something that you're born with. It's random. It's RNG. So, like someone is there's three wave signature. There's Essentia, Nullum, no, Essentia, Varus, and then Nullum is a paper rock system, a paper rock scissors system, and it's tied to your wave essence. So we like as you read when you read VK, when they start going into that, or in other series, you'll it's going to break down that mechanic. But it's funny. All right, let me put it this way. Essentia is life. Varus is chaos, and Nullum is neutrality. Neutralize is neutrality. Is a paper rock scissors system. So essentially, so when we get into, he said, so wait, Jake's is superhuman? No, I wouldn't say superhuman is more. Superhuman is more like, I wouldn't say he's Captain America, like superhuman, like, but he is peak conditioned. But there's more to it. I'm gonna leave it at that because I don't want to spoil nothing. I said he was a soldier. I'll leave that part. I'll leave it at that when I say he's a soldier. He participated in the Bohemian War. And I'll just leave it at that. But this background image is just a peak that something is up with him. I'll leave it at that. But the synopsis, so this guy is basically the anime Punisher with a mix of Robin Hood. As you can see, Robin Hood gets back to the poor and stuff. He says, speaking of which, Jason got laid with Bat's daughter, by the way. I have no idea. Oh, he said Red Hood, not Robin Hood. Yeah, all right, yeah. I said Robin. I don't know why I looked at it and glanced. I saw Robin Hood, Red Hood. I can say it again, yeah. All right, so Jake Pierce, age 25, height 5'10". He's a vigilante. Skills, tactical combat training, firearm proficiency, and I laid hints. I did lay some hints that can give you an idea what's up with Jake Pierce. And in this profile, advanced mixed martial arts, urban survival, and recon. Abilities: adrenaline surge, feral clarity, pelican shot, last dawn, merciless decree, and injustice fall. Wave signature is Varus, and conscious level is conscience. He's a level 2. That means that he can somewhat feel wave pressure, and it's subconsciously. Let me put it in that sense. He's not purposely doing it. When you're a level 2 conscious person in my universe, if you're a level 1, you're ordinary. You cannot tap into your wave essence, which is your soul consciousness and stuff like that. You can't tap into it or whatever like that. You can't see wave flow, and you can't even sense wave pressure. You can't do any of that. When you're level 2, you're conscious. So you're consciously aware, but you still can't grasp it. So when somebody, if a person's a level 2 and they get like, oh man, when they're around somebody who may be a gifted, which is like a level 4 person or whatever like that, conscious person, and they feel that they can feel wave, they can feel it, they can feel the pressure from that person, but they don't know what it is. They just think it's an all feeling. It's something like that. Yeah, but you can tell me in the Discord, or you can chat it to me in on Twitter in the DMs. But yeah, and if you're a level 3, you are considered a potential. That means you're getting to awakening, where you're able to feel, and you're somewhat able to be able to sense, like sense and see wave flow and feel the wave force and stuff like that. You're getting there. You're getting close to awakening. And then once you're level 4, you are considered a gifted individual, because now you can tap into your wave essence. And once you're able to tap into your wave essence, you're able to use wave force. Once you're able to use wave force, you can be able to use skills like wave arts and like critical arts and cognitive arts. Those are forms of wave arts. Critical art, cognitive arts. You got Biju arts. You got Rai arts. You got all kinds of different arts that will be introduced in my universe. But you're able to tap into that, into your soul. All right, so it says Jake Pierce grew up in District B of Neodelphia, the son of Angelo Pierce, a firefighter, and Angelica Pierce, a medical worker, who chose to serve in the dangerous District D. At just 14, Jake's world shattered when his mother was murdered returning from work. Her death instilled in him a burning mistrust of the system meant to protect its people and drive to defend those he loved at all costs. In high school, he bonded with Melissa Bertelli through their shared grief, because this is around the time her father died. Melissa Bertelli. That's the time her father died, because he was on the police force, and this would get her. She's a daddy girl, and this would get her, and she wants to follow her father's footsteps, and she wants to avenge the organization that's responsible for killing her father. So where was I? Shared grief. Yeah. Though their attempt at dating, because they tried to date in high school, it didn't work because they were two broken individuals. They have so much pain, and you would think that people who are broken can come together and heal together, but it just didn't work out. So him and Bertelli decided to just be friends. It didn't end on bad terms. They just knew it just couldn't work. So where was I? Yeah, under the weight of their loss. It was Julia, a classmate whose warmth studied him, who became his true anchor. By 2018, the eruption of the Vehement War led Jake to enlist, feeling it was his duty to step forward where he could not for his mother. Fearing for his life, Julia suggested they marry before he left. So they got married. That young, at 18, they got married. She wanted to marry him, and they got busy. Let's just say that they got married, got busy. Let me see. Let me suggested in the left. Yeah. So at 18, they wed in a heartfelt ceremony just months before Jake shipped off to boot camp. Not long after that, Julia discovered she was pregnant. So yeah, he knocked her up before he left. While Jake fought abroad, their daughter Kylie was born in January 2019. But Miss Melissa Bertelli is the godmother of his daughter. That's some information I wanted to put out there for you guys. So she was nominated as the godmother, and Julia suggested this. All right, so a symbol of hope awaiting his return. So he found out that she gave him the news while he was away. So that was another thing that made him fight hard too. He has something to look forward to. He has a family when he get back. When the war concluded in 2020, Jake came home to his wife and daughter, reunited at last. But he carried with him the scars of battle. Some shit went down at that war. That's why I can't wait for the book. Because once you get to the book, you'll find out. Something went down at the war with Jake. Memories of torture and the unpredictable effects of his adrenaline-fueled combat state. So there's something with him. Though plagued by nightmares and inner turmoil, the love of Julia, Kylie kept him grounded. Right now, there's something up with Jake Pierce, and the reason why it's not coming out is because of his wife and his daughter. They're the ones that kept him stable after he came back from the war. Tragedy struck again, and both his wife and daughter were killed in a violent attack. I won't spoil what this attack, how they got killed, who was involved, but this is what sets Jake Pierce on his path, and this would also set Melissa Bertelli, Detective Bertelli, on her path. Now, if you saw my old video of Jake Pierce, my old trailer that I made of Jake Pierce, how Melissa Bertelli, Detective Bertelli, is going after Jake because she's part of the Neodelphia police force, and now he's out there killing niggas. He's on a revenge. He's on a killing spree, and he's going after the people who's involved in all this. And Melissa Bertelli, she's part of the system. She's part of the law. She's trying to stop him before it gets worse because he's also fighting cops too. So it's going to be a whole lot to this. It's a big conspiracy. So where was I? I'll leave that. I like that observation. I'll leave that there. I'll leave you to continue to speculate. Devastated and enraged, and now that his wife and his daughter is dead, that thing that was being, whatever it is that is suppressed, is now going out. That's why he is where he is. Jake set off to hunt down those responsible, vowing to make them pay for the family that was torn from him. Oh yeah, like I said, it's a big conspiracy. It like Jake Pierce, believe it or not, sets off a few things, not everything, but sets off a few things that unravels and kicks off VK. He unknowingly what he does unknowingly does is going to kickstart some things in VK. So yes, this is Jake Pierce, and he's one of my favorite characters. And I haven't written the script for him yet. I just got the baseline of what I'm working with. But once I get down to the nitty gritty, oh man, I'm gonna have fun with this character. Like he's one of my favorite characters, and it's crazy how Landon. Yup, the Vigilante Massacre, and that's why after the events of VK of Jake Pierce, it became the society or the city itself, Neodelphia, had marked the day called the vision of the tragic event that the propaganda of the Neodelphia Guardian State Network puts out there, and they dubbed this event or this tragedy as the Vigilante Massacre. It's dubbed as they call it the Vigilante Massacre, and in fact, the Vigilante Massacre was mentioned, and it was mentioned in the book. Actually, it was mentioned in the book about the Vigilante Massacre. So it was already alluding to Jake Pierce. If like for those who read the book and those who are really like trying to break stuff down, but Timothy right here, he mentions it right here because now is more police, like there's a lot of police running is going like everywhere, especially they're on their way to District D or whatever like that. And Timothy was pretty much saying like, yo, we haven't seen this many police since the Vigilante Massacre. So essentially, Jake Pierce takes place in 2020. VK takes place in 2025. So essentially, I said 2020, my fault. Jake Pierce take place, my fault, in 2023. So yeah, so that becomes something that become memorialized and all this other type of stuff because of the lives that were lost and everything. But like I said, the media, like I said, Neodelphia and the media and stuff, and was Timmy a witness? I like that question. Like I said, I haven't really started writing anything. I like that. I like that idea. I do like that. I do like that idea. Was Timmy a witness? But no, everybody knows about the massacre. It was all like I said, like Jake Pierce like took it to the city. Like he went to war with the city. He is dubbed as the vigilante. He's Neodelphia's first vigilante. Because if you know about Neodelphia, it's a surveillance state. It's a surveillance city. My fault. It's a surveillance city. So there's not any vigilantes running around in there. I mean, you do have the night hunters, which are the people that fights in the shadow world. The shadow world. The shadow world is the supernatural, like vampires and all type of stuff like that. The shadow world is going on behind the scenes. No one knows the shadow world exists. And like I said, the three factions: the Church of Elohim, Third Echelon, and as I said before, and yeah, Third Echelon, the Church of Elohim, the Church of Elohim, and the Osram Order. Those are the three factions that are fighting in the shadow world. This is going on, and society is ignorant to it. They don't know this is going on with the whole vampires and and werewolves and all kinds of other night creatures or whatever you want to call them or whatever. But yes, but as far as vigilantes are concerned, he's actually the city's first vigilante, the first city's vigilante. So yes, he made a lot of impacts. So like the new duds. The vigilante massacre. I'll definitely love that question. And as I said before, you will get the opportunity. You will get the opportunity to know more about these characters and know more about Jake through her. You're gonna know more about Jake through Detective Bertelli. You're gonna know more about him through her, and that will build, that's the way to build interest. And people say, oh man, who is this Jake guy? Or who? Well, she's not going to say his name at first. She's going to just talk about her friend that she failed to save and stuff like that. So you'll be able to find out. Now the thing is, you don't know anything about the fate of Jake Pierce. You don't know anything about the fate of Jake Pierce. You don't know anything about the fate of him. So you wanna get some clues and everything by the time you get to the end of the Jake Pierce book, because what I want to do is his first series is going to be just his origin, how everything started and everything, and then he'll have a later series. Jake Pierce is a series he will have a series when it's time to have a series, when I have a story to tell for him. But the villains that he's gonna be fighting is gonna be pretty interesting. He's gonna be not just fighting gangs. He's not gonna be just fighting like criminal networks and stuff like that. He's gonna be fighting psychotic people, mass murderers. He's gonna be fighting some Centauri. Centauri is my version of metahumans. It's my version of metahumans, because I think metahumans was created by DC Comics. So instead of metahumans, I got Centauri. So he's gonna be fighting some Centauris as well. So like I can't. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be cool how I'm going to put him. How I'm going to tell his story and everything. I can't wait. But yes, Detective Bertelli. Yes, she is actually the first female of Venus Orion Comics that I have made and came up with. So there's going to be a lot of artwork of her and everything too as well. But yeah, she is the poster female for VK. Like, and there's a lot about her too. And like I said, if you read her story and I have over here, she's a pretty broken character, like broken as far as emotionally, like as far as her past, her emotions. There's a lot of tragedy behind her too. And that's why her and Jake Pierce had got along so well and stuff like that. But yeah, they, like I said before, they dated in high school, but it just didn't work out. It just didn't work out. But they had a mutual respect for one another and stuff like that. So they became really, really, really close, good friends. Do you think they're going to show new DOA Tokyo Game Show? I don't know. I don't got my hopes up. Jake's bound to get supplied by the church. I like what you're saying, Landon. I like what you're saying. Like I said, I don't want to spoil anything, but he is getting help. This is the only like this is why he's able to bypass a lot of the surveillance security within the city, because there is somebody that's helping him, and this person feels the same way that they have something in common with each other and they working together. So you'll find out who this person is and stuff when we get to the Jake Pierce book, but there's somebody that is helping him. And I'll leave it. I'm gonna leave it at that when it comes to Jake. When it comes to Jake Pierce. But yes, Jake Pierce. This design here, is his new design, because I like my artist Jessica Chabibit. She drew the original Jake Pierce in 2020. That's how old. I haven't updated him in since 2020. So this is a new render of him that she drew, and she evolved as an artist. Matter of fact, when I told her, I say, when I was like, yeah, I want to update Jake Pierce, I showed her the old picture of Jake Pierce, and you like if you go to my Patreon, those of you guys who want to support me, my Patreon, I will be doing breakdowns of my old design for characters. All that is exclusive to Patreon. So for now on, all of my exclusive stuff that show off those things, those are the perks which is only what, is it $2? It's only $2 to get access, exclusive access to stuff like this, breakdowns and origins and or early designs of my characters and stuff. Right now we're doing like a VK one right now, since it's the first thing that kicks off my universe and stuff. So yes, breaks down Hezekiah Draven's design, and right now we're doing Isaiah Draven right now. We about to move to Caleb this month and try to get to Varian himself by the end of the month as well, with all these breakdowns and designs and stuff. So it's gonna be no different with Jake Pierce. You'll be able to see Jake Pierce as well, what his early design was. But when I showed her the early design that she made for me, and I said that we're not going to change him much as far as his clothing is concerned. We did change his clothing. No, we did change because we did change the color of his pants, and we changed his shoes as well. But everything else stayed intact. Everything else stayed intact. But when I showed her the old picture she drew for me, she started cringing, say, "Oh my God, I can't believe I drew like that," and stuff like that. And it's amazing how I'm with this one artist for this long. I'm able to see her evolution, and how she improved even more and more as an artist. So what's going to happen is at some point she's going to redraw Mighty Girl again, because a lot of those pictures are old. She's going to redraw Mighty Girl. She's going to redraw Princess Adax. She's going to redraw Lazarus and a lot of other things. So it's time. So she said, yeah, it's time for an update. So everything can be consistent. Like the art style can be consistent. That's why I can't reveal all my characters, because it's been so long. And since I waited this long to show you guys, a lot of the artwork is not consistent with what she has made so far. You know, she got better. Like a lot of this stuff is early designs, so it wouldn't do no justice sitting those characters alongside her current style. So she will be redrawing a lot of my other characters. So you'll start seeing, and when we do these redraws, I may even change up some of their designs as far as the clothing is concerned and stuff like that, as more ideas. And that's the wonders too of having all these different characters that's not out yet. They're not locked in as far as their designs. Like, by the time they actually officially had their series or made their first debut in whatever comic series, they may not look the same. They may look completely different compared to their first design. Because what you see in all the characters I showed you so far, those are really like early designs. Like there's a chance that I will be updating a lot more characters and stuff like that. I can foresee Jake having an install called the Red Vision. Oh wow, where Jake sees red and everything is slowed down that allows Jake to get easy kills, basically an enhanced bullet time. Like, I like that. I like that. I like that. Yeah, now a Jake Pierce game would be more like a Max Payne or like a Punisher type game, you know, like a third person shooter. But it would have like cover mechanics and stuff like that. The Jake Pierce would definitely be something on the lines like that. And it's gonna be a linear game. It's not gonna be like some open world game. I'm tired of open worlds. It's gonna be more of a linear storytelling, levels and stuff like that, and everything. Kind of like how you would see like Max Payne and things like that. But yeah, it'll be like a third person action shooter game and stuff. He also got hand-to-hand combat. He also have a knife, like a machete, like a combat knife that he also pulls out in his back pocket and stuff like that. And he be shanking the motherfuckers up. Yes. And when I say he's like the Punisher, it's because he tortures you. He tortures you. And because I told you there's something wrong with him as well. So yes, he's like Frank Castle in a sense. Like he will brutally murder you. Like he don't care. He do not care. So it comes into conflict when it comes to the Neo-Delphia police, third echelon, and even other heroes don't like the way he does things. Other characters do not like the way he does things. So that's the fun part about all this, and how you're gonna be able to interact with a lot of these characters in my universe. But yes, as I said before, guys, before I wrap things up. Oh no, Like I said, I always think about some mechanics, like some interesting mechanics, and I don't want and like I'm learning like some games overstay their welcome before the boredom or before the repetition come in. Like, so I can't see myself making a third-person action shooter game a 40-hour game. That's crazy. That is crazy. Sounds more unhinged than Red Hood. So yeah, Jake Pierce, like I said, it was his wife and daughter that was suppressing him. Once they died, this is over. So that's why I can't wait. He's also tied to. I'll put it this way: when he went to the war, in his comic book, you're going to see three other characters who also going to have their own comic book series or whatever like that. So he's tied to three other characters who who fought in the same unit as him and fought in the same war as him. I'll leave it at that. Justin Emmett. Let me go back. I forgot to mention. Justin Emmett also participated in the Vehement War. He wasn't in the same unit as Jake Pierce, though. He knows Jake Pierce, or he met him briefly. They were went to the same boot camp and everything together. They had different paths. Let's just put it that way. He said, expect more peeps to get behind Jake versus more holier than thou heroes like MetaHuman. Yes, did Jake come across gold fangs? Yeah, so I'll put it this way. The Great Samaritan and Jake Pierce, they're like two different people, man. Like I said, go on the website, read the Great Samaritan, the nation's avatar, the Great Samaritan. Read his story, his synopsis, and then read Jake Pierce. And like I said, they went to the same. Jake came across gold fangs. Or we talking about the Red Baku? Because like I said, it's about the Red Baku is the terrorist group. There's so many layers to this war. Like, this war is actually essential to Venus Orion Comics. There's a lot of things essential. I can't spoil it, but there's something about that war in the Red Baku. But I'll leave it at that. But the Great Samaritan book is going to touch bases. It's going to touch bases on that. It's going to introduce all that. But that Vehement War, there's so many characters that comes from this war. You got the Great Samaritan, you got Jake Pierce, and you got Darnell Brooks. The Dust Defender. Darnell Brooks and Jake Pierce were in the same unit. And there's two other characters who I have yet to reveal who's in the same unit, and they will make an appearance in books. But I'll leave it at that. Darnell Brooks, the Dust Defender, who becomes a Dust Defender after he comes home from the war. If you notice, a lot of things been happening since they come home from the war. Justin Emmett, he becomes the Great Samaritan, then Jake Pierce situation, and then Darnell Brooks become the Dust Defender in his city. So that Vehement War plays it plays a lot in my universe. So I can't wait till we actually touch bases when we start getting to that. So before I even close this out, I want to remind you guys, there's a lot of you guys who are looking forward to Venus Orion Comics. You're looking forward to my other comic book series. And the thing is, as an independent comic book creator like myself, this stuff costs money, and it costs a lot of money. And when I say I'm a man of my word when it comes to things, when I say that I would never ask you to crowdfund my books, like as far as a campaign is concerned, that I will pay out of pocket, I will do that. But there is other ways you can help me pay for these books, is through buying merchandise, supporting my Patreon, and I will have other avenues as well where you can support me. Now, I know there's some of you guys who don't collect physical comics but read digital comics. Even if you don't buy my physical comic, I suggest that you guys at least support and buy the digital comic. The digital comic is only $5. It costs less than a Happy Meal. And even though it's $5, do not once think that you're not helping or whatever. You are helping, because what it does is, if it is a $5 entry into the Venus Orion Comics universe, and then if you end up liking it and you end up enjoying it, then you're going to stick around and you're going to want to invest and get the next book, get the next issue, get the next chapter. Hell, you may even say, you know what, fuck it, I got the digital, but guess what, I'm going to buy the physical. Or instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to support and I'm going to buy the store exclusive cover, the trigger cover. But as I said before, if you don't want to buy the physical, the digital is only $5. And if you want to, even if you're not in the comics, but you want to support what I'm doing because you like what I'm doing and whatever, $5 just to get the digital, just $5. And if you continue and you like it and you want to get the physical, you can get the physical. But $5 is a low entry level into the Venus Orion Comics universe. So I'll post a link, as I said before. If you're interested, it's always going to be here. And when you buy it, you get it right away. Like they'll give you the link to download the PDF file to the digital comic, and you got it right away. The moment you purchase, you get it right away. So you're not waiting for it to arrive or anything like that. It's a digital comic. You get it right there on the spot the moment you click and purchase it. But if you want to show support and you really want to see these comics get out there, then definitely buy a comic, buy the digital, like at least get the digital. It's only $5 and everything. You'll be able to read it on your pad. You can read it on your phone and everything like that, your computer or whatever. But that really helps me. That helps Venus Orion Comics. You can check out the Patreon, the Venus Orion Comics Patreon, which I'll post a link to that as well. With the Venus Orion Comics Patreon, you can be able to get behind the scenes details. Yes. As far as tiers on my Patreon, there will be more tiers added. Right now, there's only a $2 tier and a $5 tier. The $5 tier is my lore tier, where I would do breakdowns of the comic book, so there will be spoilers in some. So if you're subscribed to my Patreon, then it's obviously you bought the book. So we'll do lore breakdowns and stuff like that. There will be a fan service tier later on, where there will be some artwork by my artist Jessica. She'll make some nice artwork of the ladies and even the fellas too, so the husbandos and the waifus. So we'll have that too. That'll be a new tier to itself. The fan service tier, where we have a lot of different pictures and stuff that I have her make and stuff. We're gonna be doing different themes. We're gonna be doing lingerie themes for the females, swimsuit themes, schoolgirl themes. We're gonna be doing all kinds of stuff with my female characters and stuff. Oh yeah, got to. Have you ever looked into tabletop? I just saw one that animated called Relic Knights. Oh man, I want to do everything. Got to, bro. The Goon tier, yeah. But yeah, so yeah, tabletop is something I would consider. I would love to do at some point with certain things. Like I said, I want to touch I want to touch bases on everything, man. Like if there's a niche, or there's a market for it and people really want this, I like to give it a try. I want to do figures too at some point. I want to do figures, but like I said, I have to create the install base first. So it's going to take some time. So chapter 2, we start development. She start drawing the book. Jessica start drawing the book this month. We start drawing chapter 2 for VK, and everything. So to give you a roadmap of what I'm planning to do as far as books, the whole, let me bring what was it? So where is it? homepage. No, it's news and update. All right, here it goes. This one. Yeah. So essentially, I'll give you the roadmap before we go. All right. So the whole goal is after I release chapter 2 of VK, the next book will be chapter 1 of Ultra Squad X, followed by chapter 3 of VK. Because I don't want to keep releasing different books and then the progress of VK slows down, because then it feels like the universe is stagnant. It's not moving anywhere. Because VK is to because VK really moves the unit, kind of like moves the universe forward, since it's the first thing that kicks things off. So it feels like the universe is moving forward or whatever. Let me see. So will there be Venus Orion Comics? Well, I would love a trading card, but I will be doing trading cards. I will be doing cards of Venus Orion comic characters. Hopefully my goal is to try to have cards for VK chapter 2. That is my goal. My goal is to have have cards for VK chapter 2. But I will be doing cards for you guys to collect, and it would have like little stuff on it, like details and stuff like that. I think you guys would like, and would give you also some lore that may not have been revealed just yet and stuff like that. So that's something that I really want to do. So he said nothing to ask, just wanted to hop in and say much love, man. Thanks, Fish. I appreciate it. Dude said he had Siona ish cooking back in March. He teasing and grifting was a question on one of the now outdated interviews. All right, so yes, I'm writing the story, but it doesn't mean it's going to release. I like this stuff costs money. So now this can all change by a miracle if VK chapter 2 blow up, and if my campaign, say for instance, if my campaign VK chapter 2 end up somehow making $20,000, maybe $30,000, oh hell yeah, I'll be able to do 2 books at one time. I'll be able to pay my artist to do 2 books at one time, or whatever. Well, I would get another artist to do Siona because she's doing Ultra Squad X, but I would be able to have Siona and Ultra Squad X done. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, anything can happen between then. A miracle can happen. So, but yes. So VK chapter 2, then Ultra Squad X chapter 1, then VK chapter 3, and then Siona chapter 1, then VK chapter 4, and then Neo Suit Johnny chapter 1, then Ultra Squad X chapter 1, then VK chapter 5, and then we have Cobra and Viper chapter 1, then Siona chapter 2. And then VK chapter 6, then the Great Samaritan chapter 1, then Ultra Squad X chapter 2. Jake's vehicle, a sports car, a motorcycle, van. That's a good question. I'm not sure yet. Because everything he's doing is under the radar and covert. So he may have multiple vehicles. He may have multiple vehicles. And then we'll do VK chapter 7, and then chapter 1 of Omni Protocol, 8th Omni District, and then chapter 2 of Neo Suit Johnny. And then we'll go back to then we got chapter 8 of VK, and then the Adrenaline chapter 1, and then we'll have Viper and Cobra chapter 2. Yeah, so that's how we're going to do it. Do events of your comics intertwine? All right, good question. Now you see this right here. All these this is the phase 1 called the foundation. So since it's the foundation, it establishes like mechanics of my universe, all these different setups. It's more so a type of setup phase. So it sets everything up. So right now, you can read all these stories in phase 1 independently. Yes, they're in the same universe, but these stories, doesn't have a blowover effect onto other people's story, which means that you don't have to dive into VK and you can just dive into any book that you want first. But when you read the books, and if you're paying attention to the books and looking at the world building, you'll be able to know when these stories are occurring with other people's stories. So when you read VK Chapter 2, when you see Chapter 2 of VK, there is some things that will let you know that another story from this lineup is going on, and you'll be able to know. But it has no effect on VK, and VK has no effect on that series. But they exist, and you'll be able to know it exists, and you'll see how and stuff like that. So phase 1, you can start anywhere. That's a good question. You can start anywhere. There will be crossover events. There will be crossover stories where characters will meet each other. And each character that you see here represents a comic book series. Kicks his desk and unleash hell with a minigun and grenade launcher. Get movie ready. Yeah, so yes. So each of these characters you see here represents a comic book series. So you have VK, Very Young Colors Vampire Killers. You have Ultra Squad X, the Die Star Champion Siona, Neo Suit Johnny, Viper and Cobra, codename Viper and Cobra, the Nation's Avatar, the Great Samaritan, Nation's Avatar, Great Samaritan, the 8th Omni District, Omni Protocol, and the Frequency Speedster Adrenaline. So yes, all 8 comic book series for the phase 1. Phase 2, we go into outer space, cosmic. And I already have my cosmic stuff. I'm already building the bridges because I already have a cosmic world. I have a cosmic map. Like, wait until you meet the Church of Elohim and know more about the universe. Like, I got a cosmic map, and I can't reveal that to you guys. I have a cosmic map that how everything is connected, how everything works. Like I said, I've been at this since 2020. I've been at this shit since 2020. So that means you're scared of Cosway. Yeah, so that's the whole idea. If you want to see Siona come out fast, those who want to see Siona, then people got to come out and support. People got to come out and support. I don't care if you get a mug or you get a shirt or if you get a comic or whatever. Come out and support. And as I said before, this is the exclusive store cover, the trigger cover, but is in the store only. You can get it at the store for those who want to collect those and stuff. And these covers always have meaning. Like these type of covers, like the store cover and also cover D for campaigns, always have meanings to them and stuff like that. And it foreshadows things, future events or things in the book and stuff like that. Also, I have a question, guys. I have a question before I go. All right. So I still have a few covers left over from the first campaign. I think I have 13 cover Ds. I may have 8 cover Bs. And I think I have 8 cover Cs. So my question to you guys is, since I said I'm a man of my word, I said that once the campaign is done or whatever, that's it for you would never be able to get these covers ever again. But I have a surplus just sitting in my inventory. So I'm asking you guys, will it be okay for me to sell these remaining covers? I will be selling a good amount of them at this upcoming con, but I will leave only a few left over to put on the website. So if you guys are interested, if you guys are interested in wanting to get the other covers that's left over that you missed out on in the campaign, would you be okay for me to put them on the store? Oh, Patreon, PayPal. He said, how much does buying a book from the store help compared to the Patreon and your PayPal? Well, with Patreon is a recurring. Patreon is a recurring every month. I get that money every month. For Patreon to be worth it, my goal is if I can get enough people to at least allow me to get $500 or $800 a month, you don't know how much that would help me pay to get to help push these books out faster. So, say for instance, I made $500 to $800 a month from the Patreon while I'm working on VK Chapter 2. That's extra money I can put into VK Chapter 2 to pay my artists to do more pages. It would speed the process up to get more pages done. And also, it allows me to create more promotional materials, more fan service materials. Because when I have to pay my artists to draw different, poses for my characters, I want to make more wallpapers. I want to make posters. I want to make promotional material. I want to hire voice actors for some of my other material. Like I have another series. Some of you guys want to see these characters, right? I also have another way to do this. I want to reveal this soon that I want to do. I'm gonna do like a nice little Venus Orion Comics direct when I get it. That's why, but it's going to cost me money. But that's what I said. It's going to cost me money. This is like promotional stuff. But I would love to do like a Venus Orion Comics type of direct, revealing things like characters, new stories that I want to put out and stuff like that. But I do have another way to reveal certain characters and also put out some kind of like short stories or whatever. Let me put it this way. I want to put out little short stories on my Patreon where I put out like a page or two a month or maybe 3 pages, while at the same time still have the money to be able to pay for pages to get my comic done. But I want to have little short stories to introduce other characters. I have a Slice of Life series that I want to put out, but that Slice of Life series is a way to world build and show other characters through the lens of these set of characters. And I have other stories and stuff. I would love to do that through Patreon, but I have to make that money to justify that, because I have to pay her to do that and stuff. It's like I can't pay her if I don't really have the funds to justify it. It wouldn't make sense to pay her to do that when I could be using that money to pay her to continue working on VK Chapter 2 or whatever book that I have her working on. So if I have enough funds, I can divvy the funds, work on the book, and put out more material to keep people invested every time. That's what I want to do. So what happens is after I start building up enough pages from these little short stories, then I'll be able to package it and sell it as a physical book for those who want to collect it. I want to do those things, but it costs money. It costs money. So it's up to you. Buying a comic would help, because if you buy the comic, that means you are interested in my universe. And if you like what you read, then you're going to come back and you're going to buy more from my website. Or after you buy the book and you like the book, you're like, oh, hell with that. I'm going to go subscribe to the Patreon because I can't get enough of this. So it's up to you what you want to do. Patreon will benefit me over time when more people come in. But the store will help me more if more people come in flooding my store, because I can get it right. It's over time because I get the money right there. Patreon, you get paid when you you get paid monthly and stuff like this. The store, the money come in, I can put it into my Venus Orion Comics account, and then once I get to a certain amount, then I can start divvying it out. I can start putting that towards the book, or start putting it towards some marketing and promotional stuff to get people aware and stuff. But like I said, that Patreon will pay voice actors, because when I did that trailer, I paid the voice actor out of my own pocket. I paid them out of my pocket. but that would take the burden off my wallet, and it would speed the process up. So in the long run, I would say Patreon in the long run, because as I get more amount, and if people stay subscribed to the Patreon, I'm getting that month. Oh shit. Wow. Thanks. You didn't have to. Wow. Thanks. I appreciate it. When you super chat, that I won't see that until the end of the month, I believe, because Google pays out monthly. I think it's like the 7th or the 22nd of every month. So yeah, I probably won't be able to have that available to me until the 22nd of this month, I believe. But yes, you can send to my page, you can send to my Patreon, my PayPal, which is in the description. Oh wait, hold up. And it's always at the my PayPal is always in the descriptions of my videos, my Mugen Lord videos, actually. Book sales versus other methods. Yeah, well, book, like, yeah, it depends on volume. I appreciate. Oh man, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it, Extreme. Yeah, but yeah, that's my PayPal. If y'all ever decide you want to say, hey, I want to support Venus Orion Comics any way I can, even if I don't want to buy a book or anything, but I just like what you're doing, you can do that. You can do that with that. Like I said, I suggest that you get on my newsletter. My newsletter, because it keeps you informed. I give out when discounts start to come and stuff like that for things. You could be and then also too, when my Patreon, not my Patreon, when my Kickstarter for the next the reason why I say get on my newsletter, because y'all will get the mass email that the campaign is open, because like I said, I do early bird tiers, like where you get it's $5 off all the books, all the covers for 24 hours. For 24 hours, $5 off all of the books and stuff like that. So you guys will be the first one to get first dibs if you're on the newsletter. If you subscribe to the newsletter, it's free. It costs you nothing. So you will get the link early. So soon as it opens up, you can just grab what you want to grab as far as the covers are concerned. I'm also thinking with chapter 2, there probably will be a cover E. Do you lose more money printing books than you earn selling them? I ain't in comments. All right. All right. So printing books costs a lot of money. And it costs a lot of money based on how many I'm printing off. And it depends on the quality that I'm getting printed off. This, for example, this is a high quality print. Everything is gloss. This is a gloss print, which means it costs more money. That's why the book is $16 on my website, because if I'm in order for me to make a profit, it has to be $16. It can't be any lower than that, because and then I shipping and all this other type of stuff. I have to cover the stuff that I have to cover. I have to send it out there and stuff like that. So you paying that plus shipping and everything. So yes, it does. It costs me. It costs a lot of money to get this stuff printed. So in order for me to see a profit off of this, it has to be $16. It can't be below that. But if you catch me at a con, this is $10. You're buying it straight from me. You get it for $10. And so the perk to it is if you catch me at the cons, you get it at a cheaper price. Now, VK chapter 2 is 74 pages. That shit gonna be expensive as hell to print. especially if I'm going to maintain this. Everybody who reviewed this, who gave it, I had no negative reviews on this. I had no negative reviews on this book, actually. But everybody who reviewed this, the thing that they praised the most was the quality of the print. This is full gloss, and gloss also pops out the colors. It brings out the colors more and everything. It makes it a much more enjoyable read. Because I care about quality. I care about the reading experience of my fans and everything, and their reading experience. So now I'm doing a 74-page book with this quality. It's going to cost me a lot to print that. Now it would knock down the price dramatically if I take the gloss off. I tested it without the gloss. I don't like the feel of the book. It doesn't have a nice feel to it, and the colors doesn't pop when you take the gloss off. So I have an order. Some people would like that, but I did order like 10 of them. Like, dude, it cost me $200 just to order 50 books. It cost me $205. It cost me $205 to order 50 books. Now imagine if I'm not getting an influx of customers, but or say for instance that I'm like my influx of customers are not coming in as fast as I gotta order books. That means I'm paying because I have to divvy out my funds. So the moment I get to 25 books, I have to order it. I try to make sure that I can't when I get to 25 books, order another 25. So or whatever like that. Because I don't know what happened. Somebody bought all 50. Somebody bought all 25. My fault. Somebody bought all 25 of my store covers. I don't know who it was, but somebody came in and bought out my entire inventory where I had to restock. I had to restock on that. So I made about, let me see, what was it? Oh, oops. Let me see. Hold on 1 second, guys. Yeah, so I made a good $500 off of that. I made a good $500 off of that. Now, imagine, is it possible to use metallic covers? Woo! I'm glad you mentioned that. Guess how much it costs for one book to get it? It's called foil wrap. Guess how much it costs me to get a foil wrap book? One book. It costs $400 to print that. It costs $400 to print that. I wanted to do foil. I wanted to do like the special foil for this, for chapter 1. When I saw that price, I said, not this. I said, not today. I have to wait until I get big enough or make enough money to do, like for chapter 2, I would love to only do like a special two avail, like cover E. I'm thinking that cover E will have foil, but it'd probably be one. He said, do you know a YouTuber named Otta King Animation? I think I might. Yeah. So I'm thinking cover E may be a special case where I may do 2 books, foil books. That means that's the only 2 books that's foil, or I may do 3. I'm not sure yet. It depends. It depends on how successful Venus Orion Comics is by the time the next campaign comes. Because if I have a lot of money, if I made a lot of money, then hell, I will do 3 foil books, and that's like that would be cover E. And that's only 3 because they're that expensive. So you have to hurry up and rush and grab those. With that price, I probably learned to do it myself. Yeah, I know, right? That shit, like, dude, because you don't understand. when I was working on the tiers before I launched the Kickstarter, I said, yeah, man, because I saw, when I saw Eric July when he was doing his books and stuff, and I saw a Common America had their foil book and stuff like that. But when I saw the Rippaverse, and I said, oh man, I would like to do foil covers for my book. So I was like, yo, I'm doing that. Man, I went to Mixam, and I said, yeah, I want foil on this. It said 400 for one book. I was like, what? 400? I was like, okay, hell no. That shit was like 400 to be printed. 400 for one book, foil book to be printed. So you see what I'm saying? Being independent and self-publishing your own shit, man, it's not easy, man. I got no corporate backing. Like I said, there's some people that say, yo, just do crowdfunding. No, the reason why I won't do crowdfunding is because that means I would have to increase my goal. Because you gotta understand, when I paid it out of my pocket, it cut out a lot of it cut out a lot. Because if I got you guys to crowdfund VK Chapter 1, my goal wouldn't be $4,000. My goal would probably be $20,000 for Chapter 1. And remind you, I only made $7,000 off Chapter 1. You think I would have made $20,000? You think I would have got the $20,000 with Chapter 1? And I only made, and the thing is, I made my goal of $4,000 in 2 days. Day two, I made $4,000. And I had 28 more days left. It only made the $7,000 with 28 extended days. So imagine if I asked you to crowdfund to get for my book to get made. I would at least need 20,000 and more as the goal. Now, when it comes to Venus Orion, right, when I do my story writing, I write my story, and then what I do is I go to ChatGPT, and it organizes all my thoughts. It organizes everything. But I didn't have that tool. When I did Chapter 1 of VK. Chapter 2, ChatGPT is helping me for Chapter 2 organize all my thoughts. Like I have hundreds of pages of scripts, and I love ChatGPT because, oh my God, it organizes all my thoughts. It puts everything together, puts everything together for me and everything, so I can put everything in a particular sequence, particular files and stuff like that. But no, it does help story creation faster for me on ChatGPT. It's a good tool. But in order for it to help you, you have to provide it something. So I got shit ton of document dumps. Why not use it for your art as well? That's your highest cause. No, I would never use AI for my artwork, and it never really comes. That's also disrespectful to my artist Shavibit. Like Jessica, she's been with me since day one, since 2020. She does all my artwork. So I have no need. Like the only thing I use the AI for artwork is for some of my thumbnails. For some of my thumbnails and stuff like that, but that also pissed people off. So I slowed down with using like AI for my thumbnails and stuff because that was pissing some people off in the comments and stuff. So like for instance, Dr. Yolanda Briggs, one time I was writing my story, and I was asking ChatGPT. I said, "Yo, I have some ideas for a video for Venus Orion Comics. You know, all those lore videos I did. ChatGPT helped me like outline how I was going to do those videos, and it helped me out. And also too, when I'm like, sometimes the AI, what it does is like, say for instance, I'm describing my character in my story for like VK for my script. The ChatGPT will take the liberties to guess what the character may look like. So when it's describing certain things about my character, I said, no, this is not correct. Here's what my character looked like. So what it does is I will put my character in ChatGPT, and it knows what my character looks like. So then when it goes back to re-outline or to describe the character in a particular scene and stuff like that, it has what my character looks like and everything like that as I'm breaking down the scenes and stuff like that in the dialogue. So one time I was asking it to make a thumbnail for give me an idea for a thumbnail or help me. I'm trying to construct a thumbnail for Venus Orion Comics for Dr. Yolanda Briggs. So I showed ChatGPT what Yolanda Briggs looked like, and I was asking it like, how should my thumbnail be? It re-rendered Dr. Yolanda Briggs, and it made her look. It kept the same clothing, but it made her face look different and everything like that. And I was like, yo, this shit is like this shit is demonic. Like, what the hell? You see, it's a glory. If your ideas are bad, it will push your bad ideas and stuff like that. Oh yeah. Like I said, you use it as a tool. Some people, there's a lot of people who use it to do its work for you. Me and other writers and stuff like that, especially if you're writing your own stuff, you have to provide it something. And you don't know how many times I fixed so many things, or I had like scenarios set up or whatever. And when I came up with a writer, when I had like a writer's, no, I came to like a dead end, and I was like, damn. I was like, no, I can't go this path. Or maybe I should do this. But like I said, since ChatGPT, since it read my documents, it has everything that I made and stuff. It finds different routes or whatever like that based on the knowledge I gave it, based on my documents and stuff like that. So it says, yo, you remember when you set this up? It say, Brian, you remember when you said this? How about this is that and the third? Because you remember this character was this is that and the third, and this character is that and the other. This shit can literally get you out of plot holes, but you have to feed it something for it to get you out of plot holes, or to stop you from getting back and write yourself into a wall. It can help you get out of that wall based on the things that you're giving it. But there's a lot of people that just want GPT to just do all the work. No, as long as you have the work, as long as you have the material and stuff, it can help your ideas and stuff. Because you don't know how many times I got into a wall, and then it reminded me of the information that I have given it, and it gave me different routes. I'm like, damn, that does make sense. Why the fuck? I'm like, I the one who shared that with you. Like, I forgot all about that. So yeah, it's a good tool. Like people got to understand that ChatGPT or AI is going to be here forever. You're not going to be able to get rid of it. You either adapt to it or you just get left behind. So it did really help. That pride to do all this is hurting artists. The AI is needed today because investors aren't like they used to. Well, the thing is about my artist, she got upset was because it was one company that did her wrong, because they didn't want to keep the money out. They was trying to be cheap after a while or whatever. Or what they would do is they would take her artwork and then throw it through an AI generator, and then it looks completely different. And then it wasn't crediting her work. They wasn't crediting her and her work. So she was we talked about she was really hurt by that. And then what happened was they were saying, yeah, like, don't worry, we won't be using AI for voice actors and stuff. You guys, voice actors don't have to worry about nothing. Then her and other artists said, okay, you say that about the artists, about voice actors, but what about us? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so she was really upset about that and everything. But as far as Jessica's concerned, my artist, I would never do that to her. She's my day one. I wouldn't even be here right now. This artwork and stuff, like I told her, like, just stay by my side. I'll take care of you. Like, I will take care of you. Like, you will always have work. That's why, like, when Venus Orion Comics becomes big, she's gonna be my lead artist. Like, she's gonna manage the rest of my artists and stuff when we actually have an actual team and stuff like that. Because that woman been so damn good to me, and she lives all in the Philippines, and we built this strong friendship and business relationship with one another. And I told her, I said, yo, I'm gonna take care of you. You took care of me, and that's the type of person I am. Those who look out for me, I look out for them. You treat me well, I'm damn sure gonna treat you well. And I told her, I said, I'm gonna take care of you. So don't worry about it. Let me tell you, like this chick, we worked together for so long, and she made so much money off me. She and other artists, but I'm one of her biggest clients. She pretty much got a miniature mansion with maids now, for her family, for her family and shit like that. It said keep her, but utilize AI art. Now, the only time I use AI art, like say for instance, if I have a character design in mind and I can't describe it to my artist, I would generate the idea of what I would generate the idea. Like, you know, this is the idea for a piece of clothing or hair or something like that. So I would generate a reference. I would generate an idea. I said something like this. I would like this, or if I need a character to have a pose, yeah. You want to contact her? Yeah, she does commissions. Yeah, she does. I'll give you her. You can contact her on Twitter. Oh, I got you. I told her I'll always try to find her some work and get her somebody because she's always doing commissions. But I'm one of her biggest clients, and she's good. All right, so I'll put Jessica. I'll put Chabibit's. Yeah, go to her Twitter. I don't think all her work is on here, but yeah, I don't think all of her work on here. I'm also trying to get her to do a Patreon and do other things so she can have it. And she's on Fiverr too. No, she don't really use that anymore. That's where I met her at. I met her on Fiverr. And then we just took our business relationship off of Fiverr. Oh yeah, all her socials are on there. Go to her Twitter; it's pinned. You can check out her Fiverr. Her Fiverr got all her other work on there, so you can go on there. And if for those who want commissions, be serious about it when you contact her, because it upsets her or she gets frustrated where people will say, yeah, I would have did that, and they come there and then they don't want nothing. They're like they bullshit her and stuff like that. What's up, Abomination? Yeah, so yeah, ChatGPT is a good tool, man. It's a good tool. It's a really good tool. With writing and stuff like that, help flesh ideas. And the problem is, like, you're not supposed to be reliant on it. You still have to work out the kinks. You still have to provide the AI with things that you have. You can't make it come up with something from a blank slate and stuff, because then you're going to get nothing but trash from it and stuff. So as long as you got ideas, as long as you got even if they're rough ideas, it can help flesh out. It can help flesh out those ideas. There's nothing wrong with that, and it definitely does help my writing and stuff like that as well and stuff. So it helps you map out things and sequences that I struggle with and stuff. So you got to have a foundation. To use ChatGPT as a writer, you still have to have a foundation. You can't just have it. You can't rely on it to do the work for you. Then you're going to get slop. So you got to have a foundation already, or a rough idea and things that the AI can see and say, okay, let's have a discussion. Let's craft this. Let's brain this out. Have you tried Midjourney or heard of what's that? Is that like a website or something? Or is that AI or something like an AI website or art website or something? But yeah, so let me go back. I think I missed something. Is it possible to use Mattel? Oh yeah, he already said that already. Well, okay. But you need help. It's not that your artists need help. Well, my artist, but Mugen, have you tried the new hot super AI? Super Grok. I tried Grok. Like, for instance, for certain namings that I came up with, which you'll see some of these namings and stuff, and I needed I needed a breakdown, like breaking down the terminologies and the meanings of these words that I came up with to fit in my and it helped it, like as I'm giving Grox like everything that I have and the things that I'm coming up with and stuff. It say, okay, here's based on everything you told me and stuff and everything. Here's some other ideas and suggestions. You said this, but so how about this naming with this? And here's the connotations and why it means this based on the things that you told me and stuff like that. So that's as far as I use Grok 4. I got a paid membership for ChatGPT. I love that damn thing. It helped me with my content on YouTube. It helped me outline. It helped me come up with my script. I will have ideas and it helped me bullet points and come up with scripts that I'm working on and stuff. Midjourney is the best art generator. Look up, trust me. People running big business with it. I don't even know what I want to use it for. Right now about AI is running rampant so much. There's so many AI websites. They've all and since there's a lot of them, you're bound to is a lot of them that's like a ripoff. Especially like what I wanted to do is I wanted to enhance my 3D hentai using AI. And I wanted to, I'm also using I just started using 11 Labs. Like AI voices and stuff like that. I'm in experiment with that. I think that's pretty neat and stuff. But when it comes to like the adult stuff, because for my 3D hentai, I wanted to enhance my 3D hentai in some way, learning AI and stuff. And a lot of that AI porn stuff or like adult content is scams. They're all scams. They like you can't. The trial versions are limited. And if you at one time I said I want to try this out, so I'm like, okay, maybe if I do a free trial or if I do a paid subscription to see what other features, and it's all garbage. So I just left that alone altogether. But just like the gaming industry, when gaming was new, it was a bunch of different consoles out, and now we just down to 3 competitors. For a long time ago, there were so many consoles, which means there was a lot of games out there. Some was shovelware, vaporware, whatever you want to call it. But the same thing can be said about these AIs, these AI websites. There's so many people that's coming out with AI sites and stuff like that, and a lot of them are not even good. You know, so you have to sift through a lot of the garbage to find good ones. And sometimes you got to spend through money to see if they're worth it or not. So that's why I just don't see me using, like, as far as art is concerned, you know, for Venus Orion Comics. I just don't see it. I don't see the use for it. But my artist, like, she wouldn't use it because she draws my characters fast. I don't see how that would help her. You know, a lot of art the Japanese use today is AI. Oh yeah, yes, some parts, but like it doesn't take long for my like I said, my artist, she's good at what she does. So like I said, she don't even see a purpose of behind like why. Eventually, like I said, I would like to have a team and build that over time. My goal is to one day. I told her, I said, "Yo, when Venus Orion Comics get big, I'm like, I'm bringing your ass down here. You coming to the States, get a work visa, whatever you need to do." The goal is I want to have like I said, I'm into real estate. My dad's getting me into this whole real estate thing. The goal is to get a house or 3-story maybe type of house, a building, and have Venus Orion Comics studio at the bottom, and then at the top I like to have the first floor. No, the second floor is where I have tenants that rent, and then the third floor is just for my artists, and they don't gotta pay rent. All they have to do is pay their expenses, like utilities. That's all they don't have to pay, but they don't have to pay rent. And that's what keep them motivated, and they'll keep them working. Y'all got y'all have meetings. You'll come down to the first floor. We have meetings and stuff like that. And you live up on the third floor or whatever like that. And you can still do commissions with other people and stuff like that. for extra if you need extra money and stuff. But all you gotta do is worry about paying your utilities. That's all you gotta worry about paying. You don't gotta pay no rent. And that's my dream. That's what I want to do. But I do want Jessica. We talked a long time ago about it, but at some point when I move into the other house, I would love to have her come down just to come to the States for, and because she always wanted to come to see what America is like, and just have her come stay at my place for for like a week or so or whatever, and we just hang out and then show her around and stuff like that. Yeah, so use the right one. Ain't no getting rid of AI. Street Fighter 6 even use AI. Trust me, man. This isn't the 90s no more. What aspects of AI to use? Gaming is using programming AI, like the program games. So I mean that makes sense. But as of right now, like I don't know what AI would do for me right now. Or whatever. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I appreciate it, Jack Stream. I appreciate all you guys coming through. Wednesday we doing a Marvel Tokon roster video where I have my own roster and we'll go over the roster with characters. And I also want to ask you guys what characters would you like to see in Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls and stuff. So that's going to be a stream Wednesday, so I'll be prepping the material for that. And then Friday is going to be our Mugen, late nights with Mugen, where we just talk about life and shit. We just talk about some deep shit. You know what I'm saying? We'll definitely do that. Yeah, we definitely going to do that for the Marvel Tokon. My goal is to do streams like at 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern time. So if it's not 5, I'm likely coming. I'll likely be on at 6. So if it's not 5, remember, if it's not 5 p.m., it's 6 p.m. Eastern time. So it just depends on what's going on with my daughter, when she, school and everything like that, and other stuff that gets involved and stuff. But yeah, that's the goal. Friday, and hopefully, well, Friday depends, because if T calls me up, because she does my hair, one of my friends from college, me and her went to college together. She does my hair when I was in college, and she now we still friends. So she does my hair. So if it depends, I'll text her tomorrow and asking her when she's going to do my hair this week. So if she happens to say Friday, then it's not going to be Friday. I'll push it to Saturday, the stream. So just to remind you, if it's not Friday, then it's Saturday. But if it is Friday, then we're good to go. But I'll let you guys know in the community tab. So I always tell you guys before, just to remind you guys. Just to remind you guys, just go to hit post, and I have a community tab. I always use this. So even if I don't make videos for a week, I at least post here to let you guys inform you that, hey guys, I'm still alive. This is what I'm doing. I got something coming up and stuff like that. So yeah, I will let you guys know what Friday is going to be like. If my hairstylist say that, yo, I'm available Friday, come Friday, then there's no stream Friday. It'll just be on Saturday. But if that's not the case, then we're going to have it Friday. But for you guys to know, just go to my community tab. I will post before Friday, whether or not that I will be streaming Friday or not. But I'm definitely streaming on Wednesday. So remember to come through on Wednesday, and we're going to have some fun with this Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. I do plan on doing, So I do plan on doing a gaming stream. I'm not sure what day that's going to be. I'm thinking I may wait until Sonic Cross Worlds come out, the racing game come out, and that'll probably be like the first game that's the first game we'll do on stream. That's what it'll probably be. We'll do that. The first game will be the Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. That will be the first game on stream that we'll do. We'll do that. So yeah, and we'll play. I like to play with you guys if you got the game, because the game is cross play. So we'll be able to play no matter if you're on PC or Xbox, or I think it's on Switch too. Yeah, on Switch and in PlayStation 5. So that'd be fun to be able to have fun with you guys on live stream playing the Sonic game, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. So yeah, you guys have a good night, and I'll be seeing you Game Fiends. I said, and I'll be seeing you Game Fiends later. Peace out.